Shukran, Mama. Welcome, Honorable Chairperson. Before we report, I would like Isaac to play a song. There is a song that has been dedicated for this morning. There is a song for all of us to dance.
Abili ma kwanye daw, na lura padang, kwanye walai jong. parliament ko jiban kwen alen marial binmi yengi dan ding ador ton makit atem malwal mabur mai kon mabule ugal na dinay kubenje ko bakenyi ding madingo anenon yo benro malwal chat amper ko jare malwal state number 1 Nung pinale benchir mayar ku parliament ko jiban kwen alen marial binmi yengi dan ding ador ton makit atem malwal mabur mai kon mabule ugal na dinay kubenje ko bakenyi ding madingo anenon yo benro malwal chat amper ko jare malwal state number 1 Nubana le benchir mayar ku parliament ko jiban kwen alen marial binmi yengi dan ding ador ton makit atem malwal mabur mai kon mabule ugal na dinay kubenje ko bakenyi ding madingo anenon yo benro malwal chat amper ko jare malwal state number 1 yo banwe ala ya den Jonglei una dugen ol duru dawe uti goli joro kora toy joro kurchalo
Okay. Like this and this. As I said earlier on, we will have a report back on the things that we discussed yesterday in our mixed groups of chiefs, women, and youth, and the commissioners. So, Riam, we're giving this priority to road opening so that you start immediately. So they are going to present what they discussed as youth in relating to roads opening. So they have agreed on specific roads that they will open as youth, and we shall get the details in the report. Honorable Minister, Commissioner, welcome. Good morning. Now, I will be the one to represent the point which were discussed by the youth cattle from the three community. On our discussion yesterday, there were very many roads that need to be opened, but they prioritize the three roads.
and they recommended some of the roads which were already open. They just need only to the government to take care of them and to have access to those roads. They said Anyedi to Manyibo Road, it is already open. The government need to take responsibility of patrolling it so that there is accessible by the all the passengers or people who are moving on that road. The road is already open, the Manyibo Anyedi Road. They also talk about the Likwangole to Burma to Lokoroma, Burma, that road also, it is already open. Only the government needs also to move on that road because it is already open. Uh, then Manibol to Biji Beach road need to be open. Gadiang Road is prioritized to be open immediately. And then the Makolchoi Road also need to be open immediately. And the youth who are responsible for opening this road who confirmed to us yesterday, Cora Wow from Besos, and then on the other side of GPAA, Torit Jonkot from Gumuruk. So those are the two youths who are responsible for opening those roads from both sides. Also, the Ayot, Dukfadiet, the road connected to Gadiang, Beach Beach, and then that road plus the Tuchis. So they agree that they will open that road together because that is the route that is connected to them. Ayot, Duk, and Tuchis. And the youth who are responsible for that road to be open, that is Madir Luk from Duk, Deng Shol, which is Lamayel Ayot. And the youth from the GPA is Torit. Torit Jonkot is the one who is responsible on the other side of the GPA. So you will identify the other youths who are on that side from Tangnya, from Beveno and Kelaro. From the other side of the Nuer, they prioritize the road connected to Luang Pulburo Uno, which the youth from the GPA who are responsible on that side will be Uno, Kongor, and some youth from Beach Beach also will collect them together, and then they say they will open only the road connected to Luang. The youth who are responsible from the Nuer side, who are on top of this, that is Torbolis, Real Cholpol from Nirol, Makwishot from Wuror. Those are the contact youths who are going to be responsible for opening that road from the Nuer side. And then from the Murule side, that is Kakayina Burkuk, from Likwangole, Ashop, Kakagayin, Achunyang Chinyupul, and Nyandit. Those are the youths who are going to be responsible on the other side of Likwangole, who are going to be contact youths during the road opening. And they say that also for opening this road, the sensitization or the dissemination will be from 23rd to 29th. And then on this way, on this route, they will be able to pass out the flags, the white flag to the checkpoint or to the swamp site where they will disseminate the peace flag on those areas. They also agree that all the flag will be checked on 30th of July. So they will check the flag whether the other side responded to the flag on the other side. The meeting date will be 10 of August. All the use, all the road will be open on 10, both sides of Makolchwai, those of Bichibija and Uno. That is the meeting for all those roads will be open at the same time. The youth also requested, because this is during the rain season, they requested the rain gears from the government and also the peace partners who are supporting this initiative. They also requested, because there will be mosquitoes, they requested sleeping tent. They need also some food. And they said the 75 youths will be identified from the each location so that the thief will not overcome them when they are opening those roads. Because thieves are in the bush, and even though they get like 10 or 15, they will not be able to obstruct the opening of the road. The youth also requested, after the meeting point, that place that will be identified as a meeting point, they requested them to be engaged on that area so that they can establish them as a town. Those are the points that the youth group came up with. In case if I have forgotten anything, you people, the youth leaders from both sides, so you are most welcome to add on. Okay. Someone was pointing at the chat. Yeah, they requested the visibility, the uniform, that they can move so that they can be identified. These are people who are disseminating the peace in the bush, like something like a t-shirt. Thank you, Korawo, for reminding me. Anything again that I have forgotten? Charlotte. Okay. If we are done, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present your point. I would like to pen here. Thank you so much. Telephone. Okay. The communication the youth also requested, though we reply that we are having prayers on the side. So we told them already yesterday, because on the process, especially on that side of the Greater Akobo, the Peace Canal stuff will be also moving with the youth, so that know that it is true what they are doing.
Thank you, Tut. I think the ICGS prayers are there. So during the roads opening, they can make use of those ICGS trials in the counties. They are being held by Peace Canal staff. So the issue of communication will be sorted. Now we are opening the floor for reactions relating to roads opening. Is there any reaction, any addition to the roads opening?
Quay chào mua tôi tiếc. Được ăn cùng đó quay cái tên. Cái card vào lên cái ở chỉ ping can với quay về nên ta bị quay lò. Quay à lôi lan yên nãy nên panom piet trâu nó gắt yang nằm truyền ina lebih ting ku bữa tay ra yên bay yên bữa cái quật rồi vì cái giá là nhiều cái yên cái đó là cái
Shukran, Sultan. Any other reaction? Yes, Moses Chot.
Rin na ba matsin? Ne ruwa. Wona na di chamal chalong ngani. Chano men. Chano kwarbo ni kana kuma commissioner. Chano kuma walai. Mal malat ke ngani ga rodi re doar ke wan chawe. Ko ro gwa ko tin to ba boli ba kwan tin yen bir kanal mata e long bia ga moy ma cham ga kel ga ngani. Yen bi ngani kule jaga bumo. Biji chim mấy cha nó khu mà cái bồ liệt về cái là các bạn những cái dia là wala ya jong lai cái này fibo kan jang bo de ti din ma tin de bel le cái là de ong bo de cái là jen go ande re chong tin go do la na ya kon dia khu mà cái liu cái pil canal cái bo cái man kon dia wana wi do ar kon dia la jetra ma dot
Shukran, Sultan. I think he made an important point about the police, the presence of the police. So the county commissioners take note of what the Shiba said, that the youth need to be accompanied by the commissioners or the forces of the police.
Ma la karun wa. Min de ko matin kon kuma la kuma man. Wo mata ngwan o wi dor. Da te ngwan man ba da dor la te chiang ma tot kel. Ko de ku lo ta ka de ma le ku lo ma da kan dia.
Shukran, Mama.
Karon kazainana jete ona chababu katalina baro mitababa jete kanon to katalina nagal jen nazarata warot karon kenne edu dongolle ona boro na individu malange inde nenjang individu beta malange wala karon kadane dal kakol naga olche dumurui kemen olche nyade kanyak gol naga chaku chebji dadun chabelto basi gagamta kanyaktani nyaktani gabo rabu dit tabrel kol chara kabuyana gabo dit tika koel je yana kaze nyade kachan to ngenate awo cha jini jetop kadiji chode ne na ga Nazareta karong ken ne kwin kana le ba gamta cha baba o ga ke karong nya intema tikanya kala ta didon bongo katida ibide di gawarwe ala ta u ka unte to jongolle ke meno a bebor to gdi ko ta ke ge ta don akichen te baba ke de tene oromet ala ta le to e bello ko ganone ta karong kibita alata kena bore kementi bita nur ki yakanya ko tela ngote gano wala wananele kam tayyum be gomoro ni nako akoy ta gano ni chini tubu bijena ga olche bor kemen olche na gomoro ka kataje de yelo ni tole olche na yo ka chani di chigajo ke beltok olche ko ngole kemen kobo ke yete ta get e kanang na ga gol.
Shukran. Thank you, Sultan. I think he's requesting some ships to go to his house for 5 days in Gumruk.
Manarat, bung na gara liao ngai ye katalina. Kani ane dal chani ne. Ka kiyao. Ko gon intama e chako gon kuturi e jo. Kiyo neri. Kiyo murla abana lem nyai. Abana lem nyai gete. Karong na gara liao na radun. Ngai wo garzak. Lago du gui dol. Ke ben wo garzak tin. Karong nya kelle ama ngente ka intama bitan chike jo. Kiyo pe ame tao. Ma bana ma bil yo ngata na ngane bana nyanga chi pa mi tu che kanyana ka ki ya ko be gini chi ni ka kire gini ko en ki jabon ya ma ben che chabawo na galla kare da warat uye ne ka kanya ta bera geta le girzitun anya ket ne gelya arong zo di chi ni korome wendiri o en ko la ko chego la ko chuna murlo en ken ti yo ke ben la ko chineru ke la ko chiden ko buna gini chi ni objirat bala ke lo ko chanan ka tor belin no ko maka chin bala na ngadol anyon ni wangi ana ngadol kagana ana lo ko chan chan nak doy gole wakati babani wa ugar ko le wakati nuel bada gama gini choni ni liao katalle katalle orot anche kallem nya gini chi ni ko be ke dedi kanya rumane chi wor chi go ko huwe kol vitan chi kon ka ki ja ko ada intamawe atalle ana orotale abunna gini chi ni lem nya inyae ona objae ka tizabuk chababa ke ben bae ke ngai to kabil nginan to
bot ko de ran jra jor jam ni chol gordo na no na kol yena lich ko go fit kanan man che ke no kwan che ko to wen ku jola ko ye gam na de ke kwan ke che ke yen ke ko nywi ke kar ba le ke ni dore la de la nu wara ye loy ka manum ku ke manum ma che rom war kene we wara kul ayut e ke londe ga chi jwir aya yo londe ni abu kwan chu ko be akurek yen ke chang de ware ya ko ye ban ga dia aka manim ajwi de ni chi lo ya lo la bedil ben ya la le ke chi ban mar abdil pinga le chi ken ya yut che lwel ke chi mar abdil na ga kuin do ya ke ban de ka ken be ga cha la le ba ga ping yen ke chang ma fasine ya ajwi de ni lo den chi lo ka de chi mar ya abdil bana la ke rai pya ya jamane rai ga kuna bi ga la ke pya ga dia ga bana tor so tor ya yo bro dil lew ke kar ba le kini akor we ko kirin ko na pinga we ko go dol ta wenyin na dol kon tar en ga kar ba le we kini ku lo ya ga en ga dor ja lewrat in wan ma nan ne ti en ga ra ni chol gor do na no na kon tel ni ama ko le pe ye ping ye le la ka wori ni ga ye le ka wori ka ku je nga cho ye wori je en an ga lu ndu la chuk wona youth abalo ti chol la nam ra ni to lo do ru le ku del ra ni chol arzen na ku je ku lor ta bi lo ga lor ku ti arzen we nga le ba del ja lo ka wori je nga le pe anyi ran chol arzen yi ga in anyi ka yar ya yu le ni ka ta so na yin ya del kana ma martin chu lo wa de ko ban ga lo nwer ku ban ga lo jien ku we a chu bu le nga ya ngor ber yai a chan yi kor be ya lu ku gam wo je be jam mi ga ko na ye yi ga we ga ya ngor ku jal ku be ben wo ko ya ga lu ga man chi dol to ka jero lu ku aru li ka be ne ga chatin e korek jal dul mu nom gwanto we ko ji ko tin jal ga dol mu ni ku ta ka ke kar ba lwele kini ke ya ke dia ayu ba la ke ako na ayu la ke yu abe ya lo ke ne ban tuk to ene ka be dere dai liu ane kwa na dol je ka lwele ka dia yu ku ban ku dia tuk ka ja le biya cha to nga be do to kuna be dor ke matik bu ko ja cha to ke do ra ya we ka jero doi loy so ke ne ke che ne lwel ke kra ke dia ku ja ga le
Mango Sultan Red, we clap for him. He has actually finished whatever we're talking about.
كويس قتلنا بنون أنا جيت شبابو كين أنا الآن هنا بتاع تاسك فورس موبايل تاسك فورس وكين رئيس جيت كذي إداري هونين نانا بكاني على تكذي ويج أمدت ما في أمدت جود بتاع برتة دياو كاني ديفيدي في جمرك كاني هو تجري لوكا ngolekti كاني هو تجري بيبورا giyo ne shababa ne akol gol kanne ne wole jigano kete kebere okay no ko buru makane ke teri buru ne bito giyo ro ke shababa koli golo ke gina olti ka ko rumte wa kena gonen kaleo giyo aranna wal klete ka kutugu ganon alag bal dori asa kave golok ni jogo kol nanalia bar karong kidine shabab gondele labane tu ologen langganon langkalaba ite nije ken kumoshina e gol bita pulpura kol amanet kor kan ko ya ko turiam karong dik ne karome na ka do ko golong ne joko ka kanyait ganon ko chukran.
Let's clap for the chairperson. He has offered himself to be part of the team moving.
Có ga kuma cha ga mo có ga peace canal có to bai ne ngari aku no mai tinu cha ga mo đó hello yen ke ya yen ti pio mi ara re ka lo irut taban pin no ban ai chiang mit so weru ti aliam tong we bar yor weru ti wa lo dor ban GPA yat kur ba ko taban ke kurawo madier dengare dengi chol ke taban ariu ke long bor in ga chang yi kabale ke ga ariu ke long GPA in ga chang yor ga ariu ke taban weru ti asanya men bala loy la ko chal ko ko nin kurawo won ding chal ko don na no ko bulo ko ya kuma na no ko bene peace canal ba confront bun ba chol then ba lwela dor chu gam ku ka nyin ma jiri min kon the same in kabale dor chol ko ku commissioners abu dil ko ni peace canal the same tong we kene asanya men bala loy kan ja me nyoika now commissioner bata gumuro liu e better ne ran ki tor tong junub chairperson peace excuse Peter James give it Simon you just stand you stand external yarat in that code yarat but myself who were pride and walk a tar tong junub and guy and to chol la kunyang pi 1988 ko ka dia I commanders karka lekin age thereby week so akiran walk ready chan ba thor bran ba to man now ngo den ke ko ka e ba nang do la duon isi da ya peace canal ya na bo dol na daga junubi na ku mai kene ke liam tong we talatin aliam ma mar bugula loy yen ga dien kar balwel na bu abana ba ka che yi buru dum kene dik ye nan mi pyo tong ka bele ja dong ran chi jam kula na ran chol la ku ter mo ni to pota 1988 awul majrim pi to pota na on bo gerang ma biur go yilde go kulwe man war ko gi pi go le ran in ka awul majrim to pota e bi chol le du ko ber chotu to pota bi a peaceful bi chen mi chla pana ana jama long da one ma da ko gi pi an kila tin war kin tuku honestly kin bai ga kem u ka ke ben kulu e tong ke bay ba ko ngi chi ba dum se da duon ko ngi ko kon you mean sa agenda ko ngi wazara kon ko ngi commissioners kon ko ngi ban kon especially waruti so that we pan won binang char waran ga yan chi jam bi char bula bi bor lekin riyad ay gala moy del maja bol riyad le char kwa gela chu ke cho moy ke bol war ken governor da lo ye lul du pio ja be du pio ja lar gi pie so that bi la bi da pio so tam ga ba ko kun ko woro ti char yen ke ba ko yenan le ke former commissioner bata youth commissioner bata youth da le jan commissioner kulwar roti chen la tajir go ken go la gudom ke yen lun chiloy kene chip ke e ko bi chol ma jirmin ku lo ka du ke so yen le jana ba mang wechen because yen ke musuli ar kene yen ke chang former commissioner bata lo kongule yen ale yan war yen wolo ameti ilwel yen ina kuma former commissioner bata lo kongule kam na won ko ka kubo yen ran dor so it's very good it's very good bi le chekin jalu na kuma now is good we are ban ana kan ma bar bita lekin da man recommendation bita na da kubo mun galta bita peace man kalam de ana bishkur kaman alkiba chan yib na pya kuba that was very good so itum manga wichi ne ya loni lo ya loni le mia chan bin be bananga la ka wona ko enan be non ko balangen but we le ke le ja kuma jiban lekin today let us open a new page kiu machakal lekin machakal del yisabawu namsi gidam chokron.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner of Board South County. At this juncture, there was a request made by the governor about that you ask the ICGS members where they think the hotspot areas where the government, the CA and the governor need to pay attention to in terms of deployment of forces. So this session will be facilitated by David Vincent, and then he will be the one giving chances, and he will elaborate more on this.
Thank you, Gordon. There are two things that anchor us or pin us down on this process. One is the road openings. Two is the return of the abductees. If we make progress of the two, I think we'll be more closer to peace. And these two, in every ICGS, we talk about them. However, we all face some challenges as we address them. So the issue of the abductees, we'll come back to it later. But now there is this issue of the road opening. Good. Yeah, so now the commitment from youth, we have seen the commitment from youth, and as partners, we'll try to back them to see that these roads are open.
In addition to this, we know that the government play a very key role. That's why the governor wanted to know from all of us what are the key spots that they can try to deploy some forces. So we will name some places. However, we'll have to come back to them later to refine them. But now let's just hear from few people that these areas are the places where we want to deploy forces so that this goes to the governor. So with our suggestions, then we will have the governor and the CA will work together to see how they can deploy forces. I can see Lilimoy has put up. Lilimoy, I'll come back to you. Let me start with the commissioner.
Salam alaikum. En to balwele te ya kun ki tie je twal che ke je lwel gu lwel nu ye te no kora kuma ore te wen ya go we ke de ga kuma ben go tautin te yen te 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 yen pi duk long di ke era na duk ya ting na de te kor go e kadyang e one. Number 2 ning te chola pir dongo. Achane pir dongo ken aye ga ka ba bena gut cha yot. Kujala ngala fija. Ngala fija. De so shukran jiziren.
Thank you. Simon, can you capture the names? Those names. Yep. All right. So those are the suggestions from Simon. Capture those one for me.
Abot na rotele. Yong karon ko to turyok wafte na nam tedena dog the magwakuru munyabol. Kazi na libre chuna yin likwa nguleo kanya kuturyok yu chabon garo anyak takrnya. Anyak nyergeny kanya nga to muncha wuno nen. Kanya nga to karya kongor nen. Wata ne joko libre chili kwa ngulo gano kanyak takrnya. Kawo libre chukubal. Kubala agano kanye takrnya beja. Agano kanye takrnya lugichera bia. Agano kanye takrnya manyabola. Matajika chinana na nche ma kiningel kufufu gazachu. Ijuecho. Lazina kala shukran.
Thank you, Lilimoy. Can I ask you to write them down, please? Let me come to the Greater GPAA. Are we in agreement in some of the places that he has mentioned, or is there some addition? Good. So they agree now. I'm shifting a little bit. I'm coming to Greater Pibor for them to identify those spots, and I'll start with Ben Madir.
o chaka ba muot in na lwel yi chak cha ye lwel ye tok rir jen jo tek pin teg pin jen ya chi de lo aka thuê ji ke ka yen aya lwel ajagir ku gadyang ku jala te choy wi kol gan ke ka kor je koy ke wi kol abi jala lony bi ke long thio ke ku le ke long tui koy ke gadyang abi a lony le ke long koy ke pane choy ajagir abi a lony long ene tane koy ke pane choy bij ke ne krang abi a lony ya na lugu yela tek pin ya ka jala yen nyodo ba je chin ke lugu loy aya ting ya yen kidie aya lwel we wet ke chabab yen ko ja ero ger ku ke we ru ger we wet ke morle ene me ke la bay we ko la wan pin ku la ko be ko kok ke we ga ting ruon ku ting ke kur ku ting ga jang ku ting ga ne choy ator wo che ru ger ruon ma fe aliu ye ru ku be ko ru nyog ger rana mu to tan to no ka yin kina bi lo ban du yet ku jala yin ku jala gen o ga ban dia ku jala kur ka ga ban de jala thor ka ga ban de kene ku jogo be la nyol ko be ko la nyol ko bu ga lo na die ka bi lo ka yet we cha gam ru wen bi ko ja temrut e cha lwel go jai e cha lwel ten wan ten e ruon ton walen jogo tan bi ran temrul tan ku be na ba tan de tan ku chokoron
Let me.
Need to come in on this. Now, I do agree. And men chala de, and a lot of tongnal. Men chala de my dear ejel lingamo. Yani a jagger can men chale manyabol, manyabol. Then you go to Gadiang, okay? And then you go to Wikol, and then you go to Nyandit. Those are a Babazun. And then you go to Nanam. And then Nyandit ma kind of guan and yale la murule. I don't know. Which one? Who would know? Yeah. This side, that side, there are only three. And this side there are only four. The Jonglei, four. And then Murule, three. That's it. You just do it like that, that is it. There's no.
Now, we have made some suggestions. Gatbook? Ah, okay. Wait.
Mala runwang.
ka Greater Kobo. Do gwana ndede ide Latin. Kanyirol de la gutogrol. Ka wuror de la ka wikor. Ka Akobo de la gwana dare de la ka dwechan kana patide.
All right, let me just take one comment from Kwang Puk. Then we can move on.
It's just adding one area on the Pibor side. You know, when you have Manyabol, Tongnara. Okay, on Pibor side, Mitika Manyabol, then go to Logoshar Mountain, place of Rang, before you come to Bichevich and Wuno. So you need some forces around the mountain, which is the Logoshar Mountain, which is proximity to Gadiang itself.
Thank you. Now I'll hand it back to Gordon. This is how. Okay.
Kadao ngere daro jo. Kamna ide jap peje ka kedua. Barka na mo zaman tala tarba ma ba famara bade. Karong kedene nga ona na kave korgena kiyo ane che main gona e. Ula kanyung gichen shot chika dene bade migit aguriyak vetan chen ramodo. Ali tanung aguriyak vetan na ugo na vugdoro zoom aguriyawa. Kona wan ki yon nwere agaji voto go na vugdoro zoom murli orato vojang. Yo pora vojang chigo na vugdoro zoom murli orato vojang. Kiyo murle vojang gon chado konyan pora orot ba akanung ba miri vojang. Kiyo murle nuere gon vojang chabu kanung taman nako ba miri vojang. Lakin ba dinuo kanyanyok kuluzol adumani na le masla betak achini na golu koro kuno achini na le golju koro kuno tede to ngan kiyang nanto bikun ke. Lakin ba de kanyanyong nako takir nyalya ni zok chika ki ngertek vetane ko do ko ba de el malang anek. Syukuran jizila.
Okay, so I will conclude on two things. We'll finish this conversation on two notes. The first note, we really need to take into account what Madir said. The more areas we identify, it becomes very difficult for us to deploy, because as we know, the government doesn't have that enough resources. And therefore, it means that we have to come back and identify some of the areas, the key areas only where we can start. We will now take some of these suggestions and refine them with the commissioners. We'll sit with the commissioners to refine them, then we can hand them over to the governor and CA. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we clap for David? Thank you so much. Now I invite the group of sheep the notes from the chief discussion. That is the rule of law.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And of course, all the protocol observed. I'm here on behalf of chiefs. What we discussed yesterday was about the traditional leaders circuit court. For some of us who have been part of ICGS in the past, they could be aware of what has been happening. The traditional leadership circuit court is a court that is intended to be mobile, moving from location to another. And it will have representation from all the three communities. Consultative meetings were conducted with all the three communities. And their views were actually gathered all together. What is left now is the last phase, which is the deployment of these courts in the respective location. What we need to know is that the chief, they propose the headquarters of this mobile court as to be situated in Guardian. While other designated location would also be identified, of course, based on the road opening that we just discussed. And of course, it will also call for intervention from the government, the state government. This is mostly in terms of security. While also on our side as partners, we'll also see how we can support with other stationaries like casebooks. So the stage that we have reached at the moment is that after consultations, we came up with a full structure, but we could not proceed before the leadership of Jonglei State and GPAA confirmed or approved. Thanks to leadership of GPAA has already ascended to it. And what is left now, the leadership of Jonglei State, who is still taking time a little bit to look into it before approving it. Also, from the chief, they actually reiterated yesterday about the representation. The representative from all the communities has to appear whenever there's meeting like this. So this one goes to us. Their colleagues who are not present today in the next meeting, they have to be there in order for the for all the information to go consistently. I think at this juncture, let me break a little bit. I'll have then presentation, another one, but after reaction from the participant. The chief, if I've left out something, please you can come out and add. Otherwise, we open the floor for reaction.
Yo, akambok gichi kata caca pirot kalan cem nyai nako. Maka macenang nan cadu jai nako. Karong nya kebeli tianga. Apalagi yang ni gichi dan bon karumon nak kala cadu kiro don. Kaki cagi ni ciko totap. Cino ko maka dana ka bung murlenga atau maka boya guriata na ka don. Alange cawal jurung kira gurja ko langa getadon karabongol bora karabongenol loeng ate langol juru langol olal langati abon tina ki kaye ta getadok mako nanya gurja cika doda maka macen tada nakadok anya gurja karumnya maka majongkolek ti karumnya nakadok agon buglo enako giti karumnya maka makoda non kakala ya cika cakodo kuduji karena ngan ko amace dodo kabung naga ngana gurja ke centangai gurja cil bir jangka mana gurja cimur lo yo mana ada gurja ciboru mana ada gurja celo jo kake centangai na tongan tabelek kalau cuma WhatsApp ngata katodana kan lagi lingta yo kabel ngana
tin cha ko mat ka kan cha la die ried den dong cha ko mat dai dolo me chine dol fan cha ko we ka morale ni kan bi ta kwar dang diok bi jang bi ka te kwar dang diok bi nuore bi ta kwar dang diok en go da chi ka bangwano kan bi ta ke secretary ni ti chop ka diok en wano ba te ga matar ni dang diok ka ti cha ko mat panan toro min dong we mo ko joy lo go ke kan tin chana ma dial kan bi ga ying te ka bok goro de warak dial ko na cha man nga de ga prin ka de ga nan ka kan tiat de ko guri dol jen roin de tin no ma ko ma dol ko ko ba joy tin le war ga ma joy ma joy jo kon cha da be la ngana ling ko ka cha bo ling ni ngul
ayen kol mier pyo no odia o mit pyo daret ka twen ka we cha bab wo kwat ke ka we kan bu ya ban kun utariek ron to in ban e a pir ko je ne ina ban ka man wen chera loy no we ki ko ir nok kor bi wari agur we tong wen tong ke ro ku tar ke ka man ka we ga do ki to huli tan wo dia ti yu we ka man la ga tong in mor le we jeng we la ga tong we nwer ka we ka ban ke do ki to tan wo dia da no ran jel kul ku rir wo tan ayu niar ko ja rer ka dia yi daman ko rer ka dia na cho ko ban to ko kul ka ko tariek biya ka dun erunu ku biya ka ban ma we ye ngamanen bu tariek biya ka de chan ti ko pirin ke alu biya ka ma fazat ko alu biya ka ban ko alu biya ka ban ga chabab ye ngulu bogo ye pol daman ka biya daman da ya be ku be niar biya ka ko be lo ben wo ko aya lwel jodo ko daman kene biya daman pir ko tina we ko we chabab ku yogu ban ku ma fazat ku biya tariyang bi kwen we se ko derin kan yali
với cả cái mà nhà lịch cái nào về coi mặt thế nhân dia ai cho nhà lịch mà nè coi thốt nè coi cái bear coi cái murle coi cái nuer coi cái jam why dia dan pe why gì thế nè à coi cái mình adam cái coi cho mà nó coi mặt cái chỉ là đèn cho con nó à wo coi nó wo phải wo cái choเลยphật cái coi mà nè là cái coi cái mình adam chỉ là coi cho cũng cái chuyện cái đèn cho nó cũngเลยmà cũng cái chú cũng gam ana dige kere nangaro raj man mariyen adi nang tong yi man kole man banara an pe man kole ku bande atotene ya ga ta rana no ran pe man ko mara loy ke rana no ran den te pe banya atotene ka beloy di ayo mar ala ka koy po kula tong la gol ayo mur le tong apal ko ayo nu le tong apal ko ayo ku le tong apal kuna pe ran man kole ku tong a le ka pal krana beloy di rana ko aya lwel we bany pon ke wororo no lom ke bany bi gerer we ke pay na no ran chen ran de pe ke be lwel ran tongol ki mane ko ja ma de tin ala ke ran pe kule ran lwel ya na aliu na ya mar je ke ran jam tong chi blo ye ran cha bam murle wala ye ran cha bam nuer wala ye ran cha bam da ka dom go gerer ke na we na ye kul pe ke bi ti je ngo pe ko ku ka ma dwa ene wer ya lwel kene ale achi wan kran ken ko chi do ko chen bran rer ka ma pande bran rer ka ma pande bran ka ma pande kere bagam ba ya wen achi lwel war ko ja bu nyu che baye gadiang ko ben ko mat ku be char be loy ana un war chen tie la loy tin ben me ta la loy yen ga chin akuja che nan di ka man kore ko ga to bu nga tim go ke yen ga ti tong pol a le la do jo mar ke ni be yin man adam do mar yin mat a mi tu ka ga yen ko ku yin ken ba ga pan te le yin cho ga bu ko la ni yen ga be tong po tong ku palen ke ka yen ko dom ko ke ni loy we ko ko an ge mar cha ga loy pye tu man we ju mat kura liu ye be la le mi nga liu a le la ga pye da chu ku mar ku banya gadarin ku banya gadarin ku banya gadarin ku bi rir we yen ga ben tong pol wa dia ko ji ten I hope they have reacted.
Hallelujah. Sai kon di al ner bi shiot gwan ga ti ye kon wa. An ja la Gabriel Togla. Roi pai ko ne wulun di. Kana dol na de tamen en di ngwa cha yang ai. Na hi di ali gol wa na me te bat ka na ka nyam. Jilo ko kon ne murle. Murle ya liye da cham. Murle ya liye da cham ka che ya na kwal. Ko ku lu jo ngun de ngu re na ngai ye chue yen chue ngun de la gang ne je. Ngai cha ko nyu cha we lo re ya ndun. Ana mo chu yo du ka ma da ka ga murle. Ba ka nu ba ka nang. Ana ku le yen nga je we na ka jang we jang gor ka ji jang de tin. Jang 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 le ka la lo. Ka no re kan jang. Ji ji ko to ya ka no re. Ayot kwa pal ka wo ji yu ta ka na jaw na gwam na nan ka pi ji ku ka la no re me che wa da du ma le. Ye je ne wa na ga ja ga na ga jo na tong le ka la kon. Cha wa ka nyu ka cha wa ka chu lu le ka la lo. Con lo a con te tu ka nei te. No garma to de me garma ku ye re be ro de ku chan be nei di al ku le. Con chi ne ga da pe ni wen la ne pe no wo. Con ja ko pe no quan do no ko. Amalar ka jamo. Ene ne tol ga na. Ene me cha lo dien dong kwa la ne tri. De no ngi ga no re me dan. Ba go lo ma yu wo ke liu. Ka be wo sil murile. A ko to le ti ya ga ti. Ti ya ga ti ka ku to la ka no nge. Ti ya ga ti ba ka to wa kam je. Ku con kan ko pe ni wal. Roy ndani chala de wurendi medan chala wur mi chala gulei. Ta jojin yana malak kagan. Akon yan. Ken me na alu ye boku ba kwany. An charo de la de gan. Gulei malak. Cha ngo ne mo ne ka waje na wa mur le wa ta ka ken. Na wa do pal. Gulei we ne ge na mo ya dol. Yenji jonglei. Kon ba ko la wa jol ga dol. Lar ga jan yam wala ni denai. Ana go gar mar kweli che ga rei metot mi chale ye ngre tonga na se rei me cham jare rei ideal kul. Ka che go na ba che bo long. Wana mala mal tatin. Ganun bala de UN, ganun bala de kuma. Ganun tatin. Yang kuma tame pene lat kuma chilet ka wak. Wan chi rai da chong wa mo wan kuma yele agwin kuma ka be bumar wa mo le no koloniat pin bile let angula len la da ni chiango chilet ku pel ga let ko hallelujah
Shukran.
Thank you, Sultan. The chief were also making some addition that in Guardian they are looking at coming up with the bylaws, but that's something we'll understand later. That will of course govern the 3 communities. Okay, what the next session is that is just going to I'm going to be so brief about understanding of abduction from the legal perspective. What we need to know is that abduction or kidnapping is one of the worst offenses that the world has ever condemned up to now.
Thank you. I think that will be linked to discussion on abduction later on. Can we clap for the chiefs and those who have written the notes? I would like now to invite the women representative, Nagano Kepa, to come and present the minutes of the women conference. Welcome.
Thank you, Gordon. Good morning, everyone. I'll just quickly give a summary of the discussions that the women had yesterday in the evening. And the discussion was on a women's conference that is supposed to bring together women from the 3 communities. So the women agreed on 4 major points to be the objective and the points of discussions during the conference. Number 1 is for them to broaden the conversations on abduction of women and children and to identify specific roles that women can play to contribute to the solution. And then they have also highlighted issues of women economic empowerment and livelihoods. And it came out very strongly that this has been something that the women have been requesting for and calling for a very long time. They have seen that the youth livelihood ideas have been supported, so they expect that also women can be supported in this area. And the third point is for them to also have a discussion on how they can explore ways to strengthen relationship among women across these three communities. And lastly is for them to discuss how they can organize themselves in a way that can enhance communication, but also women's leadership across the three communities. In terms of the time of the conference, they have proposed July or August this year. They have also discussed about the location of where the conference should be. Three different options have been suggested. Number one is to do it in Bor, and that is because Bor is accessible and there is available infrastructure to house a big number of women. The second option is to take it to the border areas, and the rationale is because the border areas is where the problems are. And then the third option is to have the conference in Duk Padet because they think it's the center of the three communities. So based on the discussion, they said from these three locations, I think the final decision will be determined by issues of logistics and feasibility of the areas, given that July and August is a rainy season. The women also say that this conference or this women's gathering should be guided by two key principles. Number one is that more women from the grassroots should be included in the conversation, that it should not be only limited to the ICGS structures women. And then the second principle is to ensure that if there's another women's gathering, they will do it in a different location such that there's a rotational movement of women from one area to another area so that they will get to know all the areas that they're coming from. Thank you very much. This is the summary of what the women discussed. So maybe if I have missed out something, I think I'll open it up for the women to add very briefly. Yes, Mama.
Và các con nэр gà ruộng. tin dia le cha galat pan na ken to cha lat min to de matin ki tin de matin ko chan ba ko le shob loy dun ga ta ya decide ne je kon bin ita ga conference of the women okay 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 wi ma da ko wo kon ba ga ma ba ga ba ga sol yen te ga ti cha ro ken la tin ne ga ti wi ne go ga ba ga di lo ga thol tin ngai na ye kuin ko dial ka nyir morle ka nyir jan me na kon nyir nuore te ka ti charo la te ka nyiri te ka kuimi ki chiek chaga chaga kwal ga nyang de chaga kwal chaga nang rei morle te ka kuimi ki chiek chaga chaga mo yer ga nyang de che bere lo te ka kuimi chaga chaga ngap che wore jani lakin che joy man ta ba ka nang la por gam por e dol ko dial o ba ngai man kon te ka ga ke te ka nyang ni ken morle ni wo je ni ye ka nyang mu morle dar jilwen ka je ga nyang mi jang dar jilwen ka je ga nyang mi nor ki dar ji more cha ka thote ne na ma cha thote na po nya mo ala wo yen mi chang cha wo tie yen hun dia re lo ma cha ran tie wo nga par ge chiek de ma cha de je be la ri yen ka par ke je kon hala ka chang wa je ta ma me cha chie ma cha je ro do me chie ma je cha chie ma nyo ga je me ro de je be da ya la chie me cha me te chang chieng mi ku en te ga dan die ka chie me chie o pe te la gat mi chie me ja la ro gen mi chie me chie pe ye gen che go ro ngin 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 ba jien ba da ga du dan die bi ga do ga chi dum pe na ba do ra di re no ga te pe ka na man pe ai ne ga bi nyon no re te ga da kon man di al kul cha la rien tam wala ya 1 minute ai ke ma da ko ba ga mat bor min chi ne no tin e wo ka pai badal la te pit ngwan la bur jen la te matar ma gwan jen no ko ba ko matin ka kwi do la da kon man toro ke no kon goro go ba matin ka ta na na cha ko lat re do la da mi te mi cha ban jor be ku ba matin chokran
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mama. That is an important point. I just want to emphasize that. Can we have one meeting? I just want to emphasize that the details of this abduction, the details of the business, the details of the different things that you have mentioned will be discussed in the conference. So the points that I would like to take now is if there is anything that we spoke about yesterday that I did not present it here, then you can share. Translate. I see Nyado, and then we come to Mama Mary. Oh, very good.
Bana rat na gije garon kudua gole wa. Abuzuna anka tiza ngai. Wago ba el ko di yuka tiza lota. Anya gije garon kidene. Tele juja nga wanne dode. Gole wa katalat. Inta ka chele kari yai. Ule chen ma butino. Ba chele chatel lota. Ka kari yai ngintine. Cha ba chele babana. Buk tere na ga dal yaw ngaje korong ya buko katiza lota. Ngente ka tiza lota ngan korom tanaga jirung bala dal nganya chana gine ngai chimurlo. Ngan ka tiza to. Arong ta chele ko ka babane. Ngente nan ka kutuguza bu mitengato. Kaka gaya na gado. Bodo kita juga ngona nga to. Wan agano amiteng ila bakobe. Ichi bugna galia murle anang karong nya gon nga ya dolchi. Olchi gaga ya ro tanang karong nya. Arong wan kali ki ka kote. Chuna de kadua wala nen lakin ka tiza to anang galle manana gado koronta. Bala nga da toy ne talanya ngenta ka wo. Witano ka gaya na ka kutuguza intema. Waling nen dal ya wena ramin. Bala kanya kadangon. Anya ke to majalong kurumoy wara. Kimiroy bodo wara barin tema ne jo. Nga tanang go ananya ka gurjak. Ili video na murle. Ngenta da karong ya kabadda onen. Karong ya naga ka lem nyai. Mentenga tani jigi nga tanya ngayo gwarza la gwadu gwe dol. O baka gaya na gado.
Let me say something. So I also just want to reiterate that yes, there's no final location that has been agreed. Can you translate that? Yeah. Yeah. But we had three options. Option number one is the border areas that Mama spoke about. Option number two is Bor that this Mama spoke about. And then option number three is Duk Padiet. So we have three possible locations where the conference can happen. So later, depending on logistics, then that decision will be made. So for now, we have these three places. I just want to make it clear. Okay? So yeah, so I'm just going to give it to one more person. Like I said, the details of some of these things will be discussed later because Okay, so this is the last person I'm giving the opportunity.
Saya ner kamal. Gua la men barwaitin gua metot ku kon mandial cha ko matpan. Ala ejenen ndwajitin no mo. Ala gwan ko la loitin ala nyimara che la ro ikana madamandial. Ala kon mandial cha ko made nugo ken man morle pan kan korodien chika gaw. Makwala ga ken ba ko la lariye. Alakan michi man michi kamat gwa ni kien chi karaling michi kula walo idea na rio michi bene wo nanga na gat kien kaman bukula gang ne ken koro mi ba pa ya mananga karo ade e cha mane je lawo pibor kene duk aloy ga kona ken ko pan karo de ling chi de nyi ni ken ka bana na mala gwa jen gwa ma men goro go balaria mere ude de nom ni yen kwar te la kwar bo ni kana kwar te la kwar wuni te la ngweni ka yen man wo kur e dan e la ter yen e la nang yen go akulo ni yen tin ni chwara len chup ko biaga nang kwa lo jo na mo an don kama loy man morle kama je loy man lo ko ka man jani ala rona wala me awani ka tu 26 chi man chi ga de dab dong chi aga de la nang
I'll conclude. So I'm going to give Nyado is the coordinator of Breaches of Peace, who is working closely with women from these 3 locations. So Nyado will just say one word to conclude this session. Can we have one mate saying thank you? So Nyado, you last word and you conclude.
Hallelujah. 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 Okay. I will speak in Nuer. Goro baro iga tong Nuer. Tin dia tin chalat chibil lo ini tin ko shaga kwen. Tel mi shabanjor. Ila kel karo adabas. Men do dia ni shidot jor. Nog mane long wone. Mishika ben ka dol. Shika mat ken dial. Take a chance mi de mantin konti ta pinching. De ka beliang ka kui mala tin kan riet mala kan ka chop ka ke de ka beliang ka kui mala ka de mal de nang ni pinching gwa de nan ta gatin e kel mo no ken e long go de dol de shol lo etes
Gordon. I can see this is burning.
la ana ma de gatin ai karon kuwa giche ade dol yane ayo murleo lang dol yayo ayo dol yayo ngai murlo bala wa ta duwa walo na ane bala wa yok to ne gil ya de baka chere la ngan gin duwa karon kuwa ayo ngiri ada ngon marta ki nyamele ada nyamele ne ka babora la bak andi marta nyamele ne alan ka ko to bora da bora gorde alan ka gorde na ga murle aron ka riek be chebek ngen wap ti ye ngai wa orak la gotin inu ko tede baka babor ke nga ading nen ngene karon ko to ngade ni kele nga chen ka metu gedine la na gorde wala di dek tin ne nga karon ne de to ta marta le ne kom ulla ka de temu mate de til temu ma ben loje la te de loje na e te are la nginna gichara dal nen kom te o.
Yeah. Let me just conclude this. Thank you, Mama. I'm not, Malish, I'm really sorry. I'm not going to take other comments because the next session is waiting for us. But I just want to reiterate, yes, there are 3 options, like I have mentioned, okay? Option number 1 is the border area, which Mama said beach. But we also said if the meeting is happening in July, it is hard to even reach beach because of planes and other challenges. Another option is Bor, and another option is Duk. So we have 3 options. So where we will go will be determined by whether we can be able to get there by plane, whether we can be able to get there by car, or whether we can be able to get there walking. So these are the 3 options. We are not saying we are disqualifying this, but there are reasons behind it. So I just want us to wrap up this conversation at this point. Thank you very much, Gordon.
Can we pay attention, please? Can we pay attention? When men were presenting, you were not talking. And when women came, you started to talk. Why? Can we clap for women? Thank you very much. Now we'll do 2 things. One, we'll go for tea break. When we come back, we shall have a presentation on the boarding school by David Vincent. After that, we shall have reactions. And then we move to the next session on the abductees that will be facilitated by Rob. Thank you. Have a nice tea break. Our tea is outside there. Thank you.
Director of Canal, and we are here attending the 7th session of. My name is Christine Kide, the Executive Director of Peace Canal, and today we're here on the third day of the 7th Intercommunal Governance Structure, a meeting session that has been happening for some time now. For the past couple of years, we have been bringing together the three communities of Dinka, Nuer, and Murle together to talk issues to do with intercommunal conflicts, cattle raid, child and women abduction, and to find possible solutions to these issues. So this 7th ICGS has come at a critical time that the communities felt they needed to talk. And due to weather challenges, the easiest place to bring the communities together was Juba. Because these meetings always happen in different counties. We've had them in Ayod, we've had the meeting in Akobo, we've had the meeting in Pibor, and communities are the ones who always choose the venues for their meetings. And coming to Juba was a suggestion because of logistical challenges. So we felt bringing the participant to Juba and being a neutral ground, we will be able to meet also all the key leaders and have them present during the sessions. And as you saw on the first day, we had the governor and the CA of GPAA. So this has been a good start for the meeting. And for the past 2 days, the communities have been talking the issues out in their respective groups. And the structures have also discussed. The youth sat separately, the women, the chief, and the commissioners also sat separately and discussed a number of issues, and also took responsibility. They accepted that they are trying their best, but also they are encountering a lot of challenges in terms of addressing these issues. So now they have also put up a clear call to the government to step in, to take responsibility. In as much as the communities appreciate the efforts of the partners, they are now calling out to the government, as emphasized by the governor of Jonglei during the opening session, that now it's the responsibility of the government to step in to support these communities to fully resolve the communal conflicts that they experience in their communities. And to our pleasure is that the youth who are at the forefront of these conflicts are here talking positively about the steps they have taken, and they're making commitments to continue living peaceful and trying to resolve conflicts and put an end to the conflicts, their communities, and women and children abduction. We have seen communities committing to collect women and children who have been abducted in all their communities. We have seen the youth now embracing livelihood initiatives as a core aspect to enhancing their livelihood, and also a core component to denounce violence and cattle trade. So this journey did not start now. They have come a long way, and previously it used to be a sensitive conversation or space, but now we see communities embracing themselves, embracing each other, trying to understand their different community challenges and gaps, and also sharing what they think each other's community can do to make this peace process better. So it has been a journey, and also the communities have understood that peace is not a one-day thing, and in as much as they are trying their best to make peace among each other, there are also still sporadic attacks that happens, abduction, cattle raid, and all that, because some of these things may not be within their control, but they are committing to reach out. They are committing to reach out to each and every corner of their communities, talking to the youth, talking to the chiefs, the women, to see that they can also embrace the peace that they are discussing here. As one of the peace partners in this journey, I am really glad to hear that the government willing and opening up to take responsibilities in supporting these communities to move this process forward. Because when it comes to accountability, there is a lot that the government has to put in place. There is need to have judicial services. They need to have courts, and also strengthening the security sector, where there will be need for police and also security forces guarding the buffer zones, where the border points where the communities can come together and do either businesses together or maybe embrace any form of development and build it together. So communities have already identified locations that they want to really come together and do something in those places, but it will require government support and commitment to step in to protect this space and also to support the communities implement the resolutions that they are coming up with. So what we as peace partners do is just supporting the communities and creating the space for them to talk and take action, but it is the responsibility of the government to step in and do what they need to do to ensure that these communities reach and achieve the goals that they have set for themselves. So this is a journey that we are working with these communities, and we are glad that it's making a progress, little steps at a time. We are hopeful that we shall definitely reach and achieve the realized goal that we're hoping.
Okay, based on today resolutions, I've seen that there's a lot of resolutions which were out by the women groups, the chiefs, commissioners, and the youth. So, what key outcome of the resolution from the today final session do you believe will have the most immediate impact on intercommunal relations between Jonglei and GPPA?
So from the resolutions of the women, they have already agreed that they want to have a meeting. And there have been suggestions of locations where they want to have these meetings from. So the Murle, Dinka, and the Nuer women have agreed that they really have to meet and discuss as women on how they can stop abduction or prevent abduction of women and children. Because when the youth or the men go out there and abduct the women and children, they are brought to them as the wives, as the mothers in the home to take care of these people, or they bring to them wives as co-wives. So the women are already standing out. They're saying no. They no longer want to continue protecting their youth, their sons, their husbands with the children they bring from different communities. They no longer want to protect them from bringing wives from different communities as abductees. So we have seen the women stand strong up against that, and they are ready to take the next step by having a meeting. And also we have seen the youth also embracing the livelihood component. The youth have also said clearly that they want to continue investing the investment in cattle trade, and we have seen the Dinkabor, Twitch, and Duke youth coming out supporting and embracing the peace farms that they have already been established under their custody, and they are working strongly to improve their livelihood status. So to us, these are little achievements and commitments that these youths are putting forward. The same applies with the chief, who are committing to have courts in place. They are really they want to have joint court sessions where they are going to try locally the criminals from their respective communities. So to us, these are commitments that we are proud to hear, but it will require a lot of government support to realize these commitments.
Okay, how will Peace Canal support the implementation of resolutions and action agreed upon during the 7th ICGS sessions?
So most of the times we support the structures differently. Like as I mentioned from the previous meetings, the youth proposed that they wanted the partners to support them with the livelihood activities. And through this, we have established the cattle trade associations in Greater Bor, I mean Greater Jonglei and Greater Pibor Administrative Areas. So they are starting their cattle trade in those in all the three areas. And we have also established a peace farm in Jonglei, in Bor, Beach, and Duk, where the youth are taking full responsibility and farming themselves. So we support where we can, but the biggest support will definitely be required to come from the government, specifically for the chiefs, where they will require courts, because they will need judges, and these are responsibilities of the government to step in. And also where they will need security, the government has to embrace this by putting in security forces in places where the communities have agreed to have a buffer center.
Okay, in the morning, it was agreed that there are some locations which will be suggested for the security to be deployed there. Okay, as peace partners, so what mechanism are in place for to ensure that the today commitment translate into reality
So
at your level as peace partners?
at our level as peace partners, the governments have already committed. The governor committed that they want to step in and support the communities. The chief administrator also made it during their remarks. So we will follow up as peace partners. We will follow up with the respective governments or governors for the two states to ensure that whatever has been committed is implemented. So we will follow up with the respective government structures to ensure that at least the security component is put in place.
Okay, how does Peace Canal plan to keep communities informed and engaged about this session choice? Because examples, women suggest that they will have peace conference in either in Duke, Bor, or any other place which is at the border. Based, it will depend on logistics as per what they said.
Yes.
As peace partners. So what do you see about that?
So this particular meeting is a one of a kind. During one of the sessions yesterday, you saw we had to connect with the participants from Beach and Wuno, and these are areas that are completely cut out through networks, and there is no communication except
There's lack of communication network.
communication network in those areas.
Okay.
Uh,
Roads and internet
yeah,
and
both roads and internet, they are really hard to reach areas.
okay.
But through our
Your
support,
effort, yeah.
yeah, we were able to get Starlink and place in those centers.
Okay.
We established administrative center for both Beach and Wuno, and now these people are able to access internet in these places. So in case that we agree that women are going to meet in Beach, we will definitely connect them live, be it on Facebook or any other media platform like we are doing today, to see that their engagement also gets the public audience like this one. So these are one of the reasons where we had to really work with the government closely through the National Communication Authority to acquire Starlink for these respective areas. So it is really helping us that now we are able to reach out to Beach and Wuno and talk to them directly from Juba. So these are baby steps we are making, and we shall continue pushing to ensure.
And how did you power those Starlings?
So we do monthly subscription, and then we have solar panels.
Okay.
Where they are
In your centers
yeah,
there.
in those centers.
Okay. What message do you have for the locals and international partners who have supported this dialogue? Because I've seen them on the banner yesterday. They were being displayed there. So what message to them?
I will just continue to emphasize the messages from the communities. One of the chief mentioned here during the first day that the partners should not give up on them. That is a very strong message. One reason is that the communities have realized that peace is a process and it will take time. They will not achieve this in one day. So they have come a long way to this point, and they are still asking partners to come through for them. So I will also emphasize and send this message, call out the partners to continue supporting the communities, because they have now understood the process, they have understood the concept, and they are walking the journey. So it's going to be a process that will need all the governments and the donors and the community efforts to ensure that this peace we are working on is realized in the near future.
Okay, as per what I've seen, the government of South Sudan a bit lacks some commitment, because you can see youth are more powerful than the government. They back home. They are from these three communities. So, what measures are you gonna take as peace partners if, for example, there's a suggestion of boarding school which will comprise of these three communities, which they suggest that it will be built or established in the center? Either they are still not yet suggested. It was said that it is commissioners who will suggest. Now, what measures or mechanism will you take to establish these schools, and which criteria will you use to gather children from these three communities to that school? And how do you think that this one will be realized?
So this need by the community is a very big one, and I cannot speak on behalf of the government, because establishing this joint school and a center, like you mentioned, it was given a responsibility to the commissioners, who are the government structures, government representatives in this structure. So this will be tabled to the government, and we as partners can only follow. And if there are donors, if they're who are willing to support the government establish these schools, definitely we will be able to support in terms of mobilizing these same youths and women to to share their idea and design of how they want these schools to operate. So most of the responsibility of the establishment of these schools and joint centers relies with the government. Yes.
Going forward, what are your priorities for sustaining peace and intercommunal trust after these sessions end?
So as peace partners, we have already started having conversations on sustainability with the members of the ICGS, and this conversation has been ongoing, and the communities have been positive and ready. They are willing and ready to take responsibility, but they will still not be in position to sustain themselves without the government support. So still this needs a collaboration between the government and the communities to ensure that this process or these structures are sustained beyond the donor funding that is received by the peace partners.
Okay, looking at the presentation of the ships, youth, and the women today, it seemed that all of them were committed, and they are committed to implement peace process. So, as peace partner, okay, what do you think can be a possible means that this peace process can be realized? You yourself, not their suggestion. Which mechanism, which measure do you see? Because you have walked through their villages, so you have seen what is affecting them and what is not affecting them.
I will share our experience as Peace Canal. We've embarked on this peace building initiative. We're back with different communities. And what always came out or stood out from us is that the communities will embrace peace, but they will have a challenge, and they will always throw back a question to us now that we are peaceful. Are we going to eat peace? So we have started thinking or reshaping our ideas or program by embedding into our programming a livelihood component that we suggest to the community to embrace, to keep them or to sustain their livelihood. Because even when the communities are peaceful, how will they stop? How will they survive beyond having peace? So we've also taken note that it is very important for the communities to have a livelihood backup with peace. So when they say livelihood secure, they will be able to live peacefully with each other, because no one will want to erase or to destroy their contributions or their livelihoods because of cattle raid or abduction. So we have so far established peace farms with the youths. We have established the cattle trade, where we have given startup capital for the youth to start cattle trade. And from the success stories some of the youth shared here, they can now tell you how they are progressing slowly through their livelihood initiatives. So this is the best we can do, but the whole responsibility of growing this livelihood into something else lies with the youth, and this is from their commitment. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. My name is Kwang Pok Dio. I'm working with POPT, supporting Peace Canal, and implementing a project that is funded by RSRTF in Nanam area. Nanam area is an area that is stretched from Logochar Mountain all the way to Lokormach. It is a swamp area, an area that is isolated, an area that is underserved, an area that lack accessibility, that lack basic needs, that lacks almost everything. You have no network to communicate, you have no drinking water, no schools, no health care, no roads to reach it. It's an area 74 kilometers away from the GPAA location. We start to implement a project establishing humanitarian presence in Nanam, a project that aims to bring services, partners, and government closer to the people of Nanam so that we can have candid discussions, we can have interaction, build trust, be able to understand their cultures, their ways of life, challenges they are living in. It was a situation where all of us were, it's an area where all of us found interesting so that we are able to work collaboratively with the community to address some of the challenges that they are facing, and especially key factors that are driving violent conflict in Nanam. Partners and government resort to establishing 2 humanitarian centers. One of the center is in Bichibich, and one of the center is in Wuno. The 2 centers, there's 2 centers. Huh? Go. Oh, thank you. No, I just want to know.
Resume the session.
Okay, okay. No, that's fine. So I will continue after here. We have not finished discussing about it, but thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Even you can see I wasn't expecting to speak because I'm not dressed properly to be speaking. So I just, before we invite also the ministers of gender and social welfare from both sides to speak, I just want to introduce why we're coming back to this question. There are two main points. The first is that we have put a commitment around abductions into almost every meeting we have had. And then we have difficulty honoring that commitment. And we know that there are reasons why we have difficulty. I want to link it now, though, to another question. There have been institutions and groups who have wanted to provide resources for this process. And on certain things, they're now seeing some good results and they're finding that interesting. They're seeing we now have youth involved in resilience, in peace farms, in cattle trading, in building construction. And these are the people we need to convince to keep giving resources to the work. Is there a problem with the interpreters? Okay. Okay, so Are we together? Okay. So here, when we talk to people who have resources, because we don't have resources ourselves, it's people who give us resources and then we support. They look at this and they say, this is good, this is good. Let's keep, we may be interested in supporting this. And then there's the issue of mobilization, sporadic attacks. Now, we know that there's still problems, but the people who provide resources, they look and they say, okay, there's youth who are resisting mobilization, and there's youth on the Nuer side, and there's youth on the Malay side who are trying to look at alternatives. And so they look and they're like, that's good, that's good, that's good. Maybe we want to keep investing resources so this can grow. And then they see in these resolutions, abductee returns. And we tell the story from Pieri, and we say after Pieri, 100, 200 abductees were returned. And they say, this is amazing, this is amazing. And what happened after that? And we say, well, after that, some few abductees were returned and many more were abducted. Okay, so the question to us, this is a question we have to answer when we talk to people who want resources or who have resources. Their question is, are these people really serious? Do they really care about their children? And we don't know how to answer the question. So today we need your help. We need your help to write into the communique, to write into the resolutions, something that is truthful and is an expectation we can live up to. And maybe that is something towards the government, requesting something of the government. Maybe it's a more realistic level of commitment that we share. But we need to be very clear on one thing. If we put a commitment in there and we do not meet it, all of us, then those who are giving us resources will stop believing anything that I say, anything that UNMISS says, anything that NP says. They will just say, you keep saying you're going to do this, but we see the results are not there. So I hope this is a little bit clear, but I want to emphasize we have 2 tracks where we're making progress. So this last session is how can we How can we draft something that is very clear so that when we go to those who we ask resources from, it will be convincing. Okay, so that's our invitation and our request for your help. And I'll now, I think, start with the Minister of Gender and Social Welfare from Pibor, and then we'll come to the Honourable Minister from Jonglei, and then David will pick up, if that's okay. And if we can be a little bit brief.
Kada yung geta dong ngere. Let bertokor lemen exaf. Nga to kabilo ge chibudo onano ko. Hello, can I speak? Ge chi onano ko budo nga to anyetol. Ge walo karumnya gon nanga aneta kiben wazir na ta agenda ho bor ke ginolo gon. Malu tanu dol chene kiben commissioners avu ke ginolo kanya kadol jo nanga. Anyak tingina kal ti gon bug nanga joane ta geta ma dai gol ti ka cleaning ta nanga don. Ge ja kam tirten budo chukucha ka tirtet bug mana zameta. Orata la richi gorot gicha ka te dolo gon aga mali bale ngan kidishe mali ta olu gich. Dol chin anya ol bale ngan kidishe orata la noko. Ma vu digir ma nyak gollok chan yan ningi don korabang ber avu salle maneleti kumawa ma nyak talageta. Adai ka gol tika ko jokta ya olu geche gwendi di ya ti geche kibati geche. Ngina to the wrong tirten chibu kucha ka baga chin anyai mana zameta azit chika ka tirti kuma. Echi gon gole chabel lako anya gichero torno ko chukucha ka tirtet giuna do le DNA. Echi to miji nirri chigorota la echi kam nini nintika kagao ngan kiri budo et bal daga manon no lai akam gol chin anga ka ko dukta ikinna. Gole ni choma kajua giuna do le DNA ko ja ngina to jua et wendi di orita dole. Ye de kagawe na gijita le DNA o adai kak makana jadai kak ti ginuba ngina to le barkane ngana kam kinna. Nyang Nairobi te ki ben Kampala te around the gurush. Eji ki yo ka do no karon kanya mesel chelo gochi melenji kanying no kala bi bora wazara no kala nyang nyalawe yu korabang almost akole nyalawe yu kunus. Logo tinichi ni logo chinya libire che ko boy mane ya don langanya on official ka ka gayo ya ki ben wazir ta jenda ngato ane ya ne don. that tine alo no kola with the complicated rota le kumawanga tanang komet manokola ne nial alang an parent chiginaga ber within bibora lang ni choka ber community umajaku ngaman ni chini bibora le don ada wal jegine lekina ada wal jegile lekina kachin no kola bu kachinta de oronge wan dine ngina to giji de kadene kalchina dole no kadoman dolno anyak bodo no kola piro ora ti bodo ku kon tide ja giddet altina kalutta dol no kole libre unang zukumo nanga barkane nanga kalutta dide dol geje karomen nak yo balat kadua ay karum nyak ben eleti ki ben commissioners ki ben chiefs altina nge gin implement fi county zonen nya dol manya kita geta belinta ka kabalta de makanya kawal nanga de kiben wazir ta agenda bita bor kanya kananga communication chigon ke gina communicate manyak dele chi kanya nana karumonna manyak buru dal nyang nini karumonna ulla gidok nana jiga chin challenge ta juana na rotele rat chi dal china gona nyaol ngan kidi chen ko adoy ka ngata ki jwa kep oluge chi gichere tarola chi karom buru kadha chala ngapioro tele atis chene dok ngana to chi kaunti do na jungule ulla kanya gichere chi gon buru juanan buru geji do leno kiben buru buka commission itu na kaunti do na jungule chi wien ngana to ke gin honors kop gi wendide anya gizi ka jwa nga tineng ci kon man arum dol ya ci kan ne nango karbang dol ya ci GPA makarumon na ki ben ko ki ben ko li kuna nanen wazire manne kada nyak le chafi nga wala dol le giten adai kag le ni shi nga ta kuni no ben nen ma nyak gol ci barkade ne anya gol li ci gi budon nagin barnamij rak ci geshek taban dole mo rumu no kuma ki yon anga fi GPA mo ruma dole ne ta kam bodo gimma ci ka ko da kula ke reya munazama ka ko tedak dol ci ko teskara ca way libre kine ngote gon nya buro do isti bar dong ni gon buro chene lia kor bang dong ni bar buro la e tu na en mota ne kujuk bar kuma ngina to lang dole dum na taman wala karom kadaj ni jo wala kede kede nako alang wi na vitola barnamij la karom kede ne ge wan jo ku tuguzi buro meeting ni jo arang buro kanya gerani ne tigon tire manyak le chani an ni don kor bangen le chen report le munazama kor bangen report le hukuma nen commissioner fi county jino alang buro nyagu altina bitalu do istika kiya kede tene dole kalamnya kadi la ni chini kibil jirum yo bu kabil libire chano ayam kabil ngina
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now let me welcome Honorable William to add as well.
Good morning. First of all, I really recognize my colleagues in the government and also the members of ICGs who are present in this hall and all the chiefs from different county and greaters and all the youth, women, good morning. First, to identify ourselves. The important in any country is the identity. And that is why we know ourselves. We are similar, we are talking the same language, we are the same people in one nation. Our main question is that why we are still abducting our children and women while we are one country. That is the first question we want to know from ourselves. In all over the world, the abduction was already not there. Since the time of President of America, they stopped the so-called slavery. But it is still only in South Sudan, in 3 areas, with Jonglei, Greater Pibor, Eastern Equatorial. So we need to stop this from this date. Today, we are here as the ministers. I'm here for 4 years. Within this year, it should be 5 years in the system of the government. Whatever ICGs or POP did, it is very important, and there is a good result for all these activities. Since peer agreement, up to now, what we got from our system as the ministers of gender, it is very appreciated. And without peace, without this peace conference, I don't think we can get anything. But now there is a sign. If I give you the number of children that we collect through this peace conference, it will be a very important thing to continue. And also we have challenges that our my colleague mentioned. First, I want to advise the chief before I go to my language. All the chiefs are responsible for this abduction. They are not youth, because youth are born and stay in your areas. They are not coming from heaven. They are from the areas. And when they bring children, they also bring these children to your areas. And they are your children. Because every of you, the chief, including myself, I have the grown children. So let us take this initiative as our own, not the ICG, not the government, or not anybody. So now, balar kon katung nas, kon wuziri ti kon en kapko istini, tin lat ko na ko kuma min chale mandatamat tin lat ka koneka, ko cha magwalat, te gatung wan ti chup kamani because of this peace, ka wo te peace matetin, chalat. And wale nika peer conference, kaga ati kudang rew, kapas ni kondial, chaka no. Near the Malapin Chaka Dania was a total God to Kudaro. 200 children and women. That is peer conference. In 2023, we also collect 186 children because of those peace conference, both Greater Jonglei and Greater Pibor. Also in 2024, we collect 65 children from both Greater. This year, we are not stopping. Now we have 35 children. Everybody knows whether it's from Greater Pibor or from Jonglei. Leave about children that were given out from their own counties. Palagate kone chatup was Nikian. Whether chaka kam jiko ba kechi jiko ba kam Pibor, chaka tup ka yud kechi ji yud ka kam neito can gade to chine ngai. Lakin to quantity can take on birth through us. Titane ka recordian ka government. Lord no more a good achievement here we go anigen come another min chi kon nung malame. Me kwane benen tame ka challenge to kwa je konen tin chala le mo go jin tulgat it le nikel kama pazin tin jigo ko ketin. You got me right. Dong nang ga jene ke 2021. Kuito. Mi cha nung ji. Cha tuk ling li ngai. Cha arab ngai. Cha tuk murule ngai. Cha tuk nuara cha ngai. Cha tuk jana ngai. Yung le la wana. Lori wo biteri ang bidit. Bi kullu nas bi ka bene la group. Eh na medera akada. Na medera akada. Na medera akada. Lori wo na moria kako. Min mo challenge ka no mo gore DNA test. Mi balas ka Juba. Hotel of the tour. Kamala you in one thing we know Uganda. Can gather to la nega Janica Uganda get king. Rodi woman no kaje. That take a specialized doctor. Me did no Kajinuba Sudan. Me did DNA test. That will be an easy group. Go name a process. Number 2, collection bitagat. Who are wale. Wagar kur galwa you can a woman shale my colleague. Bita ayo ni cholji. Wako jona ne ka gada ti ika na ka hele du wa no ke. Alo de wona ne ba wa joy. O ta da ka mai ba jo chi ga binang. And wo chi ga binang ro de wo bu me te de wona ne jini bi jen ka government e bi gad wa kamrar ka kor. Gore language. And number 1 of the challenge. Our social workers in the ground are not paid. They don't have money. Still ke yo. Nei de konin cha jo we are latte we are latte latte. Still yo let ka pan kien. And one of the challenge ko chirame till yo chebo ko lel mene. Mindo dien till a center till la ka ketit. Ye tame honorable gar kur ga dare kalentam. Ka yoy. Ma pa ta ko ba ga dare kale tiro ni go die. Entame re kale. Ka ne to tame mis ka ma pa ka kompone kien. And no more challenge. Process of transporting them. And we'll be ngal chubidi ka walaye ko ba ka nang positin ko ni chake e chake nang tin ro la take ukinu bar ko la de nei dare a UNICEF can serve the children bari ku wo gor ka UN ko bene to no ko wetot and one of the challenge ko la nang karun ka pers jok ke pers ngwan chake no ka toro ke challenges tin ngwan ka nei ko nei ko to wuziri. The solution can no more go to jail over take care centers. Keep our left, Father Toro. Go baga to baga roll the sin baga moyo police, and then baga moyo services. And number one of the important. Reude guru one and eka case management officers to take a field baga trend. Father Conte, how to convene. Go did God did ko je did hele. Ba man can did la kwarbo ni ba ko look. Go but take a technique. Min jeka God. And no more, a very important middle as let a government, a money organization. Also, we agree that the Alec Alat here road. If no road, Chagat will look at all. Mesela here commit term of work could be big. Can an nam here do what do you till a road. We now could let it till protection. So no more one of the challenge. Still communication. Since we meet it in communication, tell her. And time I take area at network, kulu kulu. How do I coordinate with Lee Kongole, Gumruk, and other places? Mitilke telephone. For example, in Gumruk, there is one woman. The commissioner of Gumruk, I think we discussed it in Beibor. They propose the marriage because the women have children. And then the brother say, you bring me cows or bring my daughter. It is there. It is because of communication. Everybody knows, even the Paramount Chief of Road knows this. So all these things, what we know as the ministers concerned for the children and women, we need full support and we need to work hand in hand with chief. And the chief should be responsible. If the chief is not collecting children, it is really Guliai. Yani kuar michigatol, de ko non do malo do jen jinwan. Kuwalanga. Kan gade paila didi ne take area ti ya gatul. Take some areas, some counties, ticha gatul kan. Kala lokana right. Lord go to jin country mo. Mingi yiro chigada tole. Try to reverse this. Go anu muiro na jawo. Go number ndane pa ino wazni take a country no gatin. Nika Pibor ka Jonglei. Lakin take area titel ka Pibor da to ka Jonglei ticha gan ngunak. Oh. Bakuling a translation. Okay. The last one is that the chief who are holding position, for example, you said yesterday, you agree that you will form a chiefdom with 9 chiefs in all the areas. But you need to make sure that in your area, collect the children. There is a word that was said by the chief administrator when we were in Pibor. He ordered the chief that if you fail to bring children or commissioners who fail to bring the children, I will remove them from my government. That is statement up to now is in my record. It is the same from Jonglei State. If we ask ourselves, do we collect that children after that is statement? No. The second point, the children who run alone, who run away from your areas. Let us talk about the family who hold the children, the abducted. Don't allow these children to run away. It is better to kill them instead of leaving them running to die on the bush. Or if you refuse them, hand them over to the government. The government will take care for them. Many children are now in the bush. All of them are dying. It is not good. Even the woman who reached to the office of commissioner was found in the bush. He doesn't know where he's going until he was caught by the group of youth. And then the woman was brought to the commissioner. And this is good. So let us take the initiative and let us take this peace conference as belong to us, not belong to ICG. Let us take the responsibility because we identify ourselves as South Sudanese. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have about 40 minutes, Sultan. Just wait, you will come. You will come. The reason why we got the two ministers is because to outline from government perspective, what are the challenges? Now, the minister has mentioned that it's only now, probably the only country in the world that still practice child abduction and women abduction. Only country, perhaps. I may be wrong. That alone, if we sit and you think, even me, I feel ashamed. So now there are legal implications of all this, and that's why before we move forward, we have a big universal laws, and even South Sudan has its own laws around abductees or child abduction. So I'm inviting Molana Wilfred from UNDP to tell us exactly what are the implications on the law. So Molana, come and tell us, what is it about law?
Thank you once again. I'm back on the stage. You know, sometimes we need to put ourselves in the place of a judge. Or we put ourselves in the shoe of the other party that we are causing harm to. Before your action, normally you have to look into that what I'm doing, I'm taking away somebody's child by force. I'm taking away somebody's woman by force. How do I feel if that one is done to me? If we have this kind of deep feeling, then it will help us actually avoid some of these offenses. You know, South Sudan is a sovereign state now. We have our justice system in place. Of course, customary courts and then judicial court. Customary, we have our respective cultures, our laws, which are not written. Which sometimes we feel it's good, but in actual sense, when it is not rhyming with the principle of human right, it becomes a bad law. Then we have the judicial court, which actually operates and pass the judgment normally based on the written laws. Now, what we need to understand is that what laws do we have? Do our law, our written law, or customary laws, which are not written, are they supporting child abductions or kidnapping? Of course, from the side of written law, it's a very big no. It do not support abductions or kidnapping. I don't know from the side of customary law, because if abduction is continuing in other communities, perhaps there's a customary law which actually tolerate that, but I don't know. What we need to know is that South Sudan has a grand norm law which is called the Constitution of South Sudan. And this constitution also adopts some of the provision from the International Convention. And from the regional statutes within Africa. All these laws talk about inhumane treatment of mankind, and that includes abduction. When we come to South Sudan Constitution, which is the interim constitutions, sorry, apology, is a transitional constitution. It clearly specifies that no human being should be subjected to inhumane treatment. And when we say inhumane treatment, what are the sort of treatment? This include abduction, of course. Murder, rape, and the rest. And so this same constitution actually allows enactment of legislations, which include the Penal Code of South Sudan, the Criminal Code of Conduct of South Sudan. So what does for example, the Penal Code of South Sudan say about abduction? It says anybody who is removed by force from the biological parent or from the guardian or the one supporting and then taken by force to another place, that one is already a crime. It doesn't matter the reason behind. You cannot come and take a child and say, I will go and take care of that child. It doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter whether it's in revenge. There's no justification of abduction. Now, it even penalizes more after taking a child, take for example a child, and then keeping the child, and then maybe after a certain time, if it is a female child, then maybe sending her into marriage. That one wasn't the situation. If it is a child, we have a Child Act which actually prescribes for more harsher punishment. If it is adult, the punishment is under the penal code. Now, how do people commit such crime? You know, there are some other action. One might think, I'm not part of it. But how do people commit an offense of abduction? One of them is through the joint action. for example, mobilization, or when you go mobilize and go, even if one person abduct, it's all of you have committed the same crime. Conspiracy, you agree with your colleagues, 2 or more. Let's go and abduct. One person goes and abduct, you also, the other one, you also abducted, you are part of it. Abatement. Abatement is all about, encouraging. You are a chief and you know very well an abductee has been brought in your area and you don't take any action, which means you are encouraging it, you are part of it. You are a woman in a home, a child is brought, and you are taking care of that child. You don't report, you are part of it. Also, an attempt, alone attempting to abduct, that one already an offense. You cannot say, we went, we tried, the children ran away, we did not actually abduct any. It's already an offense. You have attempted it. So now here we now get to say who is like almost all of us are responsible for this crime which is happening. So what is the way forward? We have justice actors in place. We have traditional authority in all the respective areas, the chiefs. We have the police. We have court, former court, if you come like to headquarters. So now we do not need to wait that let somebody take the matter, report the matter to chief or to police. It is up to us. So under criminal procedure, it is the responsibility of everybody to report any offense to the authority. And the good thing with criminal cases, once you open it, the process of investigation takes time. So you just have to be patient until justice actually is achieved. So due to time constraint, I beg to stop here.
Let's put our hands together for Wilfred. Thank you so much. We are only left, let me just, Honorable, just a minute. I can see quite a lot of people are asleep. Can we stand up and then we sit down, please? Just stand up a bit. Stand up, because a lot of people I can see you are dozing off. Just stretch a little bit, stretch a bit. All right, let's sit down. Honorable Hot, I'm not gonna give you a chance now. Yeah, hold it. It will come. You and the Minister for Local Government, we will give you a chance, but hold it.
Thank you. Ramo, lawyer ga, katung lizni. Ti nani ya ti Europe. Ti cha ti Europe. Nei di ala rojen tame chaya nen kayalar. Gari, too honorable. Europe cha wene. Cha wen tame cha kugwa wala kona te wana ba kona bana barai bana te di ala yana ganen. Lakin kone idu konin tila orai kane idu kwa yola ngon ke. Gen kon ne go kien to ko yo kwa ko la wa ko kane to ba yo ngun atame e ma kwan rai atame e lingu de go nyo lero me de o mo kon yo atame rai na atame chayen chaila yen rob ba mo yo me de mo ye yo go me dan charwai abana dola mo ko dol ka 2020 ago ga dialo kon cha nungu tame me chine dialo te pen ki ga jaka mar ka me kane dialo ka ji jungle dial ka ji pe ago chi malame ke kotin mieram no ko kon ji jungle ago riya na ne te ko e ba tu be yo to ba kam ngun bala ngun ke ama ne cha ne tu mal point de chim la lat ke chankel ka chi ga ni daro ka chi ron our Samaritan mano ko lungo ji jungle ma lo je che ka ma lung ne ye ko ne ko kien yo ba ka ngun ko dop to ko ni chi ne ni chi mar ke murule ke nuar ke jang mar chi mar ke rop la ICJS kana consortium mun ko la RSTF yen ngode mo gore yo nga ye je go wo chete ke resol chete ke chiang mo go mi che nong mara ni dial ka cha gan yo ni lu jo mi chi ka nen kwen ka William Kwon la minister.
All right, now we have one task that Rob has mentioned earlier. Sultan, and I like just hold on. Huh? Can you translate that? Let's now get what we need based on what Rob has mentioned earlier. There is a request for all of us, and that's a specific request. We need to achieve that. The request is this: we cannot write anything that is not honest and not realistic in the last communique or in the resolution. So what is it that you, all of us here, what is it that we want to write? Something that will not make us look as if we are liars. When you say something that is not correct, we partners take it that, oh, community says this. Then we go to the donor and say, this is what the community is saying. We need resources to resolve it. They give us resources. We come back to you. You say, it's difficult. We go back to donors. Then they will say, these partners, you are liars. We don't want that again. So now, Rob is ready writing. And I'm going to give you a point. No speech, nothing. You get up and say, for the abduction, this is what we want to do or say. Realistic, not dreams. Don't say 100 children and then you bring 0. We cannot do that. Now, think of what you want to tell me. Realistic. I will take the microphone out of you if you go away. Think 3 seconds. Think. Now, tell us, Commissioner, what is it we write? And Rob will be writing. Very brief.
Cái chả tin, cái bibis bay, mít à cái bay, cái bên cái bay, Ethiok the kibra beloi. Long na go ko du go ja sin nu bu mi bu kalo kut cái loi rod kweri tim ku pen ku kweri ku mi da bu ga bay tinin men to.
Now, hang on. The commissioner, and I'm going to say it, the commissioner has said, we are going to go back and collect the children. Nothing will stop that. Now, wait a second. Have we heard this before? Have we heard this before? So that, Honorable, that's not what we want. We want more specific, something that we will do. All right.
Yes, once again, good afternoon. I'm just clarify the statement, the way you delivered. What Honorable Chatham said, if there are no continual attacks, then we'll be able to collect children. But he's not saying we are going to collect children and nothing will stop us. So if all those atrocities are stopped, ambushes, then the collection will be possible. Thank you.
Again, the same thing. We've heard it before. We will come and tell Murle, if you don't do attack, we will collect children. But Murle will not stop. So that is not the solution. We cannot write that.
Galo. Anam tala lalar ke lat jeni chiang. Bina luin jin bala ni chiang. Demaria ka gatin go the door. Kinta gad jabani yita chi ni ken. Ko ba gad tul ba gad di benang. Kon ko ba kula gwa. Bana mo ga radio mo ga tung nuara, rai ga tung jani, rai ga tung murleni. Ba ka kula gor gwa ta tina ba ga lue ba ga juyen kwa luin chang kor jo to. Tele o nongan. Mo wada ko longa chul jo wo luin ga be bor. Kala be tol gan be utatin ka be ga do ken dal nang.
Great. Now, I'm going to, if I can be forgiven, those Nas Kubar, I'm going to be a little bit difficult and you forgive me. Now, if Murle can stand up now and say, we know that the Murle cannot say we will stop this sporadic attack. We know that because we've talked about it 100 times. So perhaps what we could say is this: we will not collect children until Murle stop. That statement is a little bit better than just promising. All right? So what is more specific?
Arin ga bandit. Ke karbalwel kina. We will ke ko pe yoku pe mil ka to gadan. Nuer ko pe mil ku pe yoku ka to gadan. Yang bor ko pe mil ku pe yoku ka to gadan. Eman yan elwel wona mila ba ka bay. Ku kanga ba ka du. Den ba ka loedi. Yen ga den. Ma padal ben ya ko le la dang o bay. Achil akan kon ka ko ni don ba chia dang mu ku mu ran chol dang. We ba nya wen ka chia ya le ye ngab ya chia we ye ke murle ku jeng ku nwer. Ka ye we ran man ba dang mu ye nga. Pa da dang lwel ke na lwel ke bran ba ke la be ku dong ran ka dang ma ka loy da mi. Ye lwel ko ja ba ke de ko ja ba ke be ku dong ran ka dang ma ka loy der. Na ya ga lwel ba ke ko be. Bu ko be be. Ke yina che lwel ke dun yina che. Bu dang mu ran to ba dang. A yen ka we dien jare rot bu. A yen ga lwel mi da ba ka la be ku ka dong ka dang. Nga mi da ba ka be ku ka dong ka dang. Ko che ka dang ye un ye be nga ngwan tin ye un bono.
So, yes, Commissioner, I'll come. Just to, did English come? Oh, okay. So what he's saying there is, we all know Murle have guns. We all know the youth from Dinka have guns. The youth from from Nuer have guns. We all have guns. There's no way we can prioritize the collection of children until we solve the issue of guns. All right.
Ne ramal ndial. Roi na loya, roi na nen chalare rup. Roi na ya lare rup, timu bumbu tetu ojen chana teke. Gana chiga la barau kan dolu den dit kan dolu ma. Te dolu den tane teka gula. Kon ka kwar kon da ro kon en pai kwany. Governor Dr. Yogai kan Peter Kuzulu. Jen ya kon nyol mo ga kan na jien ga kan morale ni bi ga bena bor. Ba ka nyaw na ma Dr. Yogai ba ga nang na dorien. Ka governor kon le da kon gwe ga na ka kon de tin kon ji Jonglei ro yo. Mani enter me de gon ba Peter Kuzulu ba go dera na mano. Na dolla ma ne de kon le mo yo ta ka kasara. Man longa ro de na kwar kon na go. Pala wo man longa ro kwar kon na go ka meler ga ken. Shama to wona na ga da ka songa ba kam jikin. Lare yen ji Jonglei wona ne tolla ga ba kam jikin wa wonya wa lor bidor be yo wa ga re marwai. Kala ma wa wole nga kan na yerga ne ta Peter Kuzulu sha ba moy bora kan ba. Min nga ye wo mud la wa ka Jonglei wa na ma we chara ba nyawa. Ngan ba yen gare ne de koni bare chen ya ka lo jaw na dola na ma. Mina dia ne lar ga ta ko la to la mata ko ga tin ko chup ka yot. Gani yen ne ko la pe ga ta ke la cha la ko ga kon chat ke. Ba ya ga no nga pa nya gor bia la lar. Ma cha ga nang urur lar ko lar ba. Ta de che de me kan se la ga da me ya no ngare ga na dia la lar ya ga no nga no cha na ba nya gor ko Jonglei. Pan ta makalar makel kara. Gada ya nan wi da wani mi ka gada korkel wi jan badak. Neyri ya nare do ka neyri jana badak wi zi. Waktu ya nan ka talara 20,000. Kiro ay da tona wana ka kan bayo gorba badak ya ka warga ni ko is bad. Gana jima na zama ka yile la kuon na ma kwana isibidu.
Okay, thank you. Can we just be like very brief?
Okay.
Brief solution.
Katale orot kam chape ka kwe kedua ola ke kutur rogo. Karong kedene o warang make ngal makabili gen ngumanga to. Alang ken commissioner ci lukwang wale karabangen ci bebor, karabangen commissioner bitala ala nil ken commissioner ci junubo. Ma kabuka dot gwarong tamu, marong akuma, marong community. Alang ka ko bit gichen valong. Kaya tingena ne gidi ci tere ka voko cha ka kel ta tere didi. Girdi tinni cho ka voka linglinya di bar gidi ka jwana che. Dol ka voka kaluta de dol bero, alang bar kaluta chan bar adange ken manadema. Karbang adange ke takuma. Karbang bar adange ket karbangen doi di ci janga kam. Dol ka voka luta nyo undu bar gidi ka jwana dole ne che gora dolo. Dol cha gor del nyakta en mikila gete. Nokole o lo ci torji, lo ci na junubo, torji bar kali ka gor te dolo. Mala ngagayu. Ajwa nangan labina bir nangan tina azaki nangan ke na bal gono bir ke bere do ke nangan bir den ki torin ci ka torin kali ka gono. Give me some. Ko jokta gi ga lutta dol len ma gi bon ka ko lutta dol kar ka tri ganun no ko lewo ci bali dua civi ka ti nya e ti gorda dol le lazim gabni e ti nya tin tulu gamni te gi ni yo ko boke gina implement ka ganoni karbongen dol lo ten ko to yak chokoren.
Can I just a moment? Kwang Puk, I'll come to you or the partners in a minute. Yeah, Jamana, I will say this once again. Everything we are saying has been said before. What we are asking for is what to be done. Very specific. Or you come and say, sorry, come and tell us this issue, Jamana, we are defeated. Kalas, that we can write that. So I want it to be very, don't give us a speech. Malaysia, Jamana. Mafi Kalim, best Gulena solution.
Chadu ka dikter. Karong kidene alang dol kelly. Alang guriya te beli dole. Kanyung masel ti melinter. Ken commotion ay ingal sabab bita law ngena makaluta ida syarjene kibin ida syar sila makasal mane si kakaknya gavana aje mo dubu alanga beli oron kalebar nanane niga shababa kibin bae naga kalau dol niga shababa hindi no guriyai okuno kung lo horit
Ayen wer balwele wetin koraret. Wo ko wo jing wo nong tiel wo che korman lei. Achin man ade man to ko wo jing ka bu kura bu yen ba. Wer to wer ro ba ti era ari jol kaka. Kaka ban wude yenga. Ku kaka ma pande yenga. Kaka chi ko to le chari we ko ko. Wa kuma. Ta ni jol kaka. Yen na ko ju to chari. Coi nó cái tem là wo cái mình wo tùy lưới là cá mà pande ye chọn ngà với gì chứ cái này là cá vào thế cho cá cái này riak bài ku kaka ku ken ko ka kaka achi ka tong ngot.
Now we going back. Let me just come just very brief. Because I've seen he's putting up his hand so much.
I think we need to be very honest here. And as one of the person who have been here from the beginning, I want to challenge us as well. Abduction collection is not the role of the CA and the governor. It is the role of the commissioner, the chief, and the youth. Let's admit here we just don't want to do it. We just don't want to do it. And this is a fact that we need to say it. That's nothing we need to be afraid about. Because the commissioner has all the powers to collect children. With the support of the chief and the youth leader, they can collect as many children as they can. But because we support the abduction process, that's why we are not acting. It is the commissioner to ask the government whether security so they can be supported in collecting children. We are not hearing it from you. John did it. Samuel did it recently, went and pick a child. That is possible. You can bring as many children as you. And if you need security, you ask the CA, I need 50 army, support me. And you ask the partners, they can support you with their food, if that is the point.
The last thing, to call with Ahmadiyya, and then I'll stop.
Malagarun wang. Roy lat kone, chana lat pan, ke chana lat pan aja ke chana lat wale. Keroy maladia ujian ma dulu kon ni wanjian chana lat ni je thola met kon ra kon. Dung lana jaga tho. Tho jen la ja dor ka gwa. Kon machine ro joli pan kon kwar ngwane dik nuore ne wane. Kon te mila gai ko. Tama na ila nanga kuro kon. Me chan dol buru wane kon chara ulat. Kama chan dol ka jubba chara ulat. Kan te jak mat ke nyi nuore. Kijo jen chaka lelet. Me chan we ba char lep. Ke we tor bolit. Ke garial. Kama kwei. Ba ko nanga bebo. Ke we ma dier. Ke jong tu. Ba ko nanga bebo. Ke we ba nei dang wan. Ba nei nung gut bor ba nei nang rei loka. Ba char lep. Wana ma chine kun bi jen kanga jene kun ka gwal mo. Tialo. Pene ka kanelo yene mo. Kangu de jen kam na no. Angu kanen nen sama ka na chana ka chana wak pe ka chana na na. Angu kanen tino. Ana chine ra jen sama ngene wo che bu che bela to. Me ja we bane rum ta ko nin bang wan dor kan ben kwaro jor ko ja ko yie. Ka ta ko libedun. Ka changa jen dio ko me chana madde. Mu jo we ne kan be ye ko pin. Ka changa wo la kan rum. Ya ni tel chana mal binyo. John Ladato, John Ladato. John Jiran Malamago. Mangai you Jiran Malakaje. Medolaka Wuno. Jiranda Webang and Bangan and Church about Korean. You're Congress, you're in a church, you're one of the Kubaka Sugar. Teach our Kubaka Rodela. Kachanga Jandok. Can the Changa world? Mua can Canabin. Bono Kodan Diok. Corpa Yamako Daro. Con Quang and the Janbaro. Con Quang and the Janbaro. But oh, no. Maybe I will not be a wonder who knows Jimala Machabal in your color. My dear to all local wager. Bang went by Garpul Batul, Chana Conja Uno. You're a con Kang Bagatul, Kajan Charum La we are no. Again, the Jerry Dono.
Okay, okay. I will come. So just I don't know whether Rob has got it. The collection of children will only happen if the roads. So we are now prioritizing roads. So it could be a statement that the roads, the youth go back and do the roads opening, then we come back to the collection. Could be something we need to. The last one, please, check it up.
Ye abalwel tong de jing am ku tong arab kan ku tong ingilizi kon ku tong nuer yen wet chiran wel chak ping yen wet yen penga pet akin ko chi do ga de jo ga le te pe ku lu ko tong jot ku ko ja to ten aliu yen ki dien ja den road o koy duk o koy boru de o bumi da kut ku te bugla kon mit ko ma jona kwa biga ye ga biga moji koy kriel abu mi da biga la nyod be ye kin ku jade ke ale ga la moji ko ma jona kake te le ga la moji koy ke dan abi go kut ten akuma ugo banti no dan kut kicha na ko ma jona e kirmed dan abi go kuru jo koy go dongo ba ene ya le we wet kamurle anong ke choy tong gorbek an man tena kang an ai ko man chi ai cha man ka yile nyiran jet ke taro ne kin ke ya doj man yene ya le chin da jira nying pin na ne ran cha ke jot ko ji diop ku to pandu na ti cho ke na cha da do be ke mi da kai kwa ran le ti cho gen mo lo be ke abi un yen bin ngi ke de bela pyok pande ko ne tanda ya o yene jo o jora o jo ko ma man na chu ko met en man abal le we ke man amran be ka to ten kagra na nyodo chin ya ran be wo ran to we amran chol du man bi be charan to ka nyodo ran we kwan ji ko ji ten
So Madir has offered to release one, but he wants someone also to do the same here.
Ina karong na kiya ka jaja kalchen ramana ko. Barbaro ko gibal gibal ka vaka badana gola kadiane oro loka jang man kamrang inte ka voyae adode barkete da kalabana. Nona galia ka gany gany kan none ko tonge toron no lang arong roket chela unun rong roket che tika gai. Ka da ini je ma badal o ka di gudule olan tika o gia ko kolta golo nen gurene na ke ben langko ma bada gudule baka chene tere ol tika di gurene no ne langan ka woja gerta ngate de vokan net gudule op tu ga di tene kalabanu ngo ngenen ngate na ol tika te ngna o charre da de lew ne le. Bali ni jenen alang kalabanu ngulle ol dai ngulle ol barko la de ol lete de baka va vori dol. Aku itu buru itu kan dia ke miri ya kan dia nelam nyet karo bal de baranganan la du nure je bavo kanol joma kabuna kan ya kagone pi tu kabuka gon gumurwa kavuya do anje ke bena kong yang ke ben turiam de bakachen ke ta ole ke ta de barre bal te ka ye tolle ko baka vai de baka voka rumi te de nante ma bu buru ol je na guriya be ya ka to libire je le lo to bavo ol je murle na vo ja da mani to lo ko de ko ke miri yo bali ni je nen alang kala banu. Wanda bung ni gay ni je buru rung wala ko jugo jen ramo tuljam ke ben kong yang rong wan ko kam tawet burja gola ka dai to bar gidi ka badana ka dia ne ka koro gen ne go giji baren nga tanang diri nyoy burre to. Akam de laban ne jo kam laban balawa ni gudu gidi kan ne kung kadi balawa ne biljari bal ka na kala kala ngato kan ne kung ne ka wote de lolo ne chodo ke ka wae gola ka wote de lolo ne chodo ala ngan lo ta ka ve na uche ol chen rama uine ka ol raman ino ko ka tera e ba jelo ko jiga rob che ba ka ne jano la ngado lengin tawuchi ga len gol chan mali gijang jarong kan ne roget ba kan ni bar na roget bo chon ne kan ne rogo kan ni na roget bo karong gudu yung balawa gidi kan ne kung ne tere na ka wolo lo do ke ka wae do ne ula gol cha kullu du ne ko kulit gol kwa chen ka wana na kaki china ung de marung turku kada karuk tanganet syukuran gijan kedua dong.
Can I just say this? Now, before we read out what you've been talking, we try to write a statement. Before we read it out, I want us to really be honest with each other. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give anyone a chance. Because I know whoever that will come here either will say something that is not realistic or they want to respond to something they heard, and then we will be going around the circles. So, this issue is becoming our issue. It's not one person issue now. We will read the statement. However, if you go and some wisdom from above, whatever touches your heart, we are still here. You tell us, this thing will unlock where we are. But one thing, I've been in this process for 4 years plus, we can talk and talk and talk and talk. We'll never get the solution on the abductees, never. So I will invite Rob to read the statement and then we agree or not on the statement. All right, so here is after 1 hour talking, all of us, this is what we came with. So I'll read in English. Bearing in mind the failure of road openings after the last ICGS, and the importance of road openings in facilitating the return of the abductees, the abduction return strategy will be reviewed after successful opening of the roads. In the interim, although the meeting reiterated general commitment to return of the abductees, members were unable to agree fully on the specifics of commitments to advance the return of abductees. Progress will be assessed at the next ICGS if resources are available for further meetings. And I want to emphasize one thing. Progress will be assessed at the next ICGS if resources are available for further meetings. We have 5 minutes to agree or disagree on this statement. This is what is going to go out. What are we?
Yes. In order to wait for the next IGC meeting, we need to make sure that people should move free in 2 greaters. As it was mentioned by one of the youth, there should be a free movement and also the business activities should continue. Thank you.
I think that is connected to the road openings. Once the road is opened, then we can. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think I just needed to add something in regards to the collection of the abductees. I remember back in 2023, 2024, we talked about the formation of committees, tracing committees in every county. So this will help the commissioners identify the abductees, trace them, and hand them over to the government. So we need to have tracing committees in each counties so that they can help.
Okay. Yep, on the statement.
Wedi na dong wei tira ne gadu wer ka wala kin kicha gamma da na. E wet chi ban loel mana daga komati abu kwany bu ko jalo kor lakin komati tilenen koy kor ka wu bi munazamat ka jwara che wu ka be ya yen wo kitin. Abi ya yen koy bu ko jalo kor na chiraran bay. Ka lung de be ya wo ne wu. Wa mutachi ne wu na chi loel yin be yen wu. Ka lazim bran mento bula lom a chan mi ta koy no an kor. Mi ta chi rut yuk chala ran ngin met e kar yo chi te belen ran ngin met abya ben siri kuna nen na chi met dai ka bi mun na zama yang ran bi mun na zama ya yen wu so jag wu ja ka chi na wo ga chi chen ga ber ku le
All right. English, where was it?
Thank you. Rob is like, David, we are backtracking from our commitment of yesterday. Because yesterday we made a commitment that in the next 3 months, we will continue to raise unite kids and women that will be reporting voluntarily to the countries. And we said each country will bring 2 or 3 for all the countries. That was a commitment that we made yesterday. Why is it not appearing in this communique?
That's a good question, Honorable. And you are right. We are backtracking because in so many agreements, we write those things and it never happened. And so for us, which Rob has mentioned earlier, we don't want to lie to donors anymore. Actually, part of this discussion is partners trying to protect ourselves because we agree on the numbers. In Pibor, we had numbers. Each county was meant to bring 6. Each county. Altogether, we will bring 66 children. How many came? Exactly. So we applaud and appreciate the 20 that has come. Now, let's push it back again to Akobo. We agreed to certain numbers as well in Akobo. It didn't happen. Let's go back from Akobo. Where were we? Ayot. We agreed on the numbers. Let's go further back. From Ayot, we were in Pibor. We agreed on the numbers. Didn't happen. Let's go back. Yeah. That's what we did yesterday. Remember the session yesterday? We looked at yesterday's session. What are the obstacles on the way towards child abduction? That's where we ask. And the word obstacle we identified. I will be honest with you. We can't keep dancing around this issue forever. So that is statement. If anyone disagrees, it's fine. But if we all agree, let's clap for it. If you have a child and you want to continue, the second part of the statement actually allows you to keep collecting. But us as partners, we will not say bring 3 or 4 we want.
Just also a clarification, because Honourable, you said those who voluntarily present themselves to authorities. And that we can include, that there will be a commitment that all who voluntarily present themselves will be returned. But we can't put a number because we can't, if they're voluntary, we can't predict the number. So I've added that in.
All right, so that statement has worked out a little bit to allow. Yes, Mama. Yeah? Solution?
Mình go ro de Martin kone idi dialti ki ye go chi ga be lo. Ko ne enta din to de me no na dul me ka kwi tol gan ka ne kwi kwale. Cha o ka ko ban pe na por ya por. Rier nan de lar go ro kon ban rwai tu ni dulli. Charo ma rwai ne ka da ma ni kono. Ban rwai go kon ti ni kon ji yut. Ba o nyur kon ro da. Ba wo tu na kwar. Na ga tu ni bin ai da ba kwel fe dien. Ba nga ya ken bin ai da kwel pe dien ba nga ya ken ta kwal ya bile ta ko ti le kwel mu da ro de die ro ade kon men ta ko yot ye mi chol je an nor bol ko mi kene tin ko ni le re ne de to le je na ro ka no kor bo na la ma da ka ro ma tin ne ta di ta nye dang ra nga ye gwa dien te pa go men pe no ba ka wo gor no wo ti la gar mi an nan ko nga wa wana ko ga daro ba wo nyer to ba ka wono
Wa gan min goro bala ta jen solution tol gan na cha la do ba gar ba ga sol. Gan jene kwal lar pa ne je wo kon dur chor je la babe. Ite gar cha no gar jere la lar ya kon ti me ya ga no kon juror ke do le ya dul ga bi ya ga da ma kel yene no ke ta ya mat pin. Gan men jira mo wonon ga dang bakel re ko ne amat pin ka meni ta mo ne bo mo wa wolel ka wol ka wa lel gen yok bene no ko ne no ne ga dang bakel cha ta jer mi dini jer mi te du kan na ba de ka na ga pir ko chu ne ngon mi tol ne gar to gana kon tol na gar
Yen mo wane gwe wa wanyan. Bana tuk duel mo jia. Mo wala tuk duel la wanga war bia UN. Kana tendi ali cha mo rai toro bia ga ka ko. Kamu wala ga jani ba nyin toro dial ba ga. Kamu wala ga mu le ni turu ga ka ba o cha ka to gor ga dar to. Ba kulo go.
All right, this is the end. I'm not giving any chance. I want to conclude. Sultan Malay Shoga, we are done. Kalas. I mentioned earlier, this is, can we all have one meeting? I am in the nature, I'm a very, very patient man. But I lose my patience. This particular issue, I've lost my patience, and trust, I've lost it. I know there are people who want to react. Mama Mary Berry want to talk. I can even tell her now what she wants to come and say. I can tell her. We will not keep talking anymore. Now, for those who have brought the children, we say thank you. The 20 children that were brought after agreement in Pibor, we say thank you very much. For those who have children and they are aware of, we will say, God, look at them. Because we don't have force, we cannot force a child out of you. It's between you and your creator now. If you have a child that is not yours, or you know of a child that is not yours, and you have it, the creator will talk to you. And so lastly, I want to invite my friend Madir. Madir Bar. And this is the last thing I'm going to say now. Madir is a very good friend of mine. We've been on a long journey. And here, Madir has admitted that he knows one child, he can make a call. However, he placed the condition that he would want someone from here to also offer the child. Let me now switch to Dinka, please. Can you translate? I'm switching to Dinka because I want to talk to Madir. Madir, inji me da jalwel. Daka yin to me then. Yin le ba telephone ba loy ba yup. Koi ke achin man big bay. Kija limi yin me na yan ke yin. Man ke na wi ba limi yin ba yega. Eli ampat yege yan man ke.
E wi ne be lim ko yin ayugo ke ba yimit. Yin we be lim. Na ji ko ke jai ji mi du be. Ma ka mit ke ka ba ka bene yegi.
Kalas. Ayen kan. Etok, so I will follow up kema there. Aye. Gordon, I will invite you because I want to finish this. Okay.
Mala. When me lada ma koi. Minan lada ta career ma jala minan ma chalin ka damar. Ke wena ne ga da na ka kanu ta jala da ji dia wena ne ga me ado la wana ro alsin. Agana ga ma ka kanu ana ka kanang ka idara man ka ka rol tino ma ka ga da morle. Aka thorga angar pange na ka thorga na ka ka thura ba kam ji man da ma. Bi ji man da ma ba ka ja ka be bor. kama te ka be bor ba ka ja ka gre da ku ba ka gre te jong le wana ba bor ba to orien ba kong bi ma ni ga ni bi da na nga ye go na me pu aga da ngot go ma kan na no ana mo mi na ni go ye mi na ni cha mi cha kon la tan wana mi na kon wana me ku tol gan te ga mo lo ko tin lo ka ko wona ne go da na ma kwa go da na ma kwa ja la to ga da ko na jin be jo jin ti ga kama lu je go na ga re bi no bi mo ga ya ni jin ro adu la na ngi ga bi no ne je na ma kwa thoi ne an je no ma lu no go ne ga thoi ne ma cha la re go ga re me cha go ma kwa ye go the ngu ga ga ka phi ne je ba wo cho la ma kwa ne wa da ka ban ka dang ba mo the la mo ma kwa ye mo the la mo cho ji chokran.
Let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Kalas, we done. Can I ask someone to pray for us, to pray to conclude this session? Because I think this session need prayers. Huh? We really need, Simon, can you pray for us?
Our dear Heavenly Father, God of heaven and earth, Father, we bow before you this afternoon. God, we thank you for your love, for your care, for your goodness, and for bringing all of us together. Father, as we discuss today, we know that, God, you're the only guidance. You are the creator, and you love all of us. In a long journey of 21 years of struggle, Father, you united us, and you brought us our independence. Today, Father, as we talk as communities, we want to call you to come to us, console us, give us wisdom and courage to be able to live together. Father, we thank you for our government, for the support and the support from the peace partners. God be with all of us. I pray, trusting in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
We now go for lunch, then we come back at 1.
Thank you once again for the viewers and those who are listening for this show. My name is Joseph Lilimwa Egwezia. I am the Deputy Area Coordinator for Peace Canal in Greater Pibor Administrative Area. Today is marking the last day of the closing day of ICGS meeting in Juba. And what is very obvious in this day is that the communities of Greater Jonglei and Greater Pibor, especially the structures, the youth, chiefs, and women, they sum up with some ideas and plannings For example, the youth have agreed to open the roads, and they have identified a number of locations within their counties. From the side of GPA, they have identified 6 locations and 2 roads to be opened. From the side of Launware, they have also identified 1 road connecting Bulbura with the Nam River from the side of GPA. And from the side of Jungule, the youth have agreed to open the road that is connecting Gediang with Kumru County. So these things are plans that they have agreed upon and going to implement it on in this July, and also they set a date for exchange visit that will happen in August 10th. From the women's side, they also have agreed on certain issues, especially they have suggested that they need to have a meeting, big meeting, that will bring all the women from these 4 communities together to rally behind the issue of child abduction and women abduction and the returning of those abductees back to their families from to the 4 communities that are here in this meeting. And this time around, I think that they are more serious because now the ICGS meeting come up with many resolutions, and the issue of the child abduction is usually coming back again, and there is no much progress is made. And this time around, they say that they will be more committed and they will support this process together with the government, so that if there is any resistance from anybody who is abducting the child, they report that person immediately to the government, so that the justice will take its course. Another issue also is the paramount chiefs. The paramount chiefs as structure, and they're very important structure in the community. They have agreed to have circuit court, which is really a mobile court, and this mobile court will be constituted of all the communities, 3 from each community, and then the number will come up to 12 chiefs with their secretariats, to may reach up to 15. So this court will sit down to resolve any disputes that may come up between people who are engaged in the business, because the roads that are going to be opened will involve the business activities. If there is any issue raised and this or any child abducted and this case need to be resolved, these chiefs will take it up and resolve this case jointly from the 4 communities. So this is the resolutions and agreements and planning that was come up in the end of this day. But the overall view for this meeting is that there is some frustration, especially from the partners, regarding the lack of progress in child abductions, and also in accountability process. We cannot see any accountability. Where children have been abducted, women were abducted, cattle have been raided, but we have never seen any body being brought to the book or being put into prisons. So these frustrations has come to from the side of the partners very clearly, especially Peace Canal and its partners, where it seems like this part is missed, and that is what is encouraging the criminals to continue in their work because there is no anybody here accountable for his action. Another thing also is that that is also bringing the frustration is the commitment. We have seen that a lot of commitment was made in every ICGS. For example, we ask the structures to commit themselves to return a certain number of the children, but every time we come, some structures come with no children. There is no any should be exchanged. So this thing also indicate that there is no much follow-up, there is no much commitment or something like that. And this time around, we force them to the extent that they should give us a concrete commitment, endorse it with a real assurance that we're going to be different this time from the previous meetings, previous ICGS meetings. Here, I would like to switch to Murle language. Gichik vukalutan nanga munganto lo talol chen wech Murle den ka chubor iben nuer. Kavukadal kalokon kadal gon laruno. Yoko leknan to ko jwa nanga Murle dal che pioro tale dal che kati lutan chudo len. Gichi gon laruno obalonen. No ko gol chege do tuna yen avu enalat chiben commissioner chiben ngai tuna vulo chwe choko do yenon go chinen chiben chabab chige choko. Nanga Murle gini chine zeto. Jekere ningi ma duwa ge chadene chere nanga makamire na kabaka gonna gicho ol gini chini ngina. No ko yen choko do glay go no nye giche dalet. Chokum nekit anye Murle ka kumek do. Do chite guriya chawa balalao. Do chite guriya chawa balalao ko arong chi Murle ka bamne jurru. No gol chege ni gemane kelit elde ma kam de gichika kutu guzo. Dog ne ma cha vom mitol chiga chuna yengo vonya dol betala nako. Karon ka babni gol chi kelni eti una yengon agorde nako eno cho keltuku kurumitku. Gino cho ako wale wen commissionate awo wale wen ala tuna bal Murle la do ni siyasine gini chini wale wen sakafine gini chini wale wen ala du merik wabal bulok bal bayzo o gaj Murla. Rosal gwil bere chana namo. Bonanyak lilwan chi karilin che bonne chena guriya ko nya dole kila nanga ka gon ako nya tang kila nanga ka gon akatol gollowe agon kal ci gar ko ma fu gon jede ko mara moddo ko bor jeda genn ko nya ga chena guriya do ko gin ci ko me ngate ka dode ci karon ka ku do ay ngel Murle ne bon di do ci bon ko ba nimma do ci kate chena guriya ci gon wondi don ko do yatar ko bonna gi ci karum maka wo ke gang maka gon ci ka gon nanga do alanka ka nya dai ka nya zo ada ganin kum nek zangata ka zadi ete chi ni wonni kal chigen ichi karon ka kudwanen kabinanto mo yugyoy. Thank you very much.